Hey, it matches your jacket. I just noticed.
Right?
Welcome everyone. Welcome everyone to Cisco Canada's virtual kitchen at the Restaurants Canada show. Day 3. Day 3.
Day 3. Wow.
Day
I can't believe it's like we're more than halfway done now.
Well, technically, yeah, I guess so now. In a few seconds, I guess so. I never thought of that. But yes, it has been amazing. So yesterday we had another killer day of amazing people. We've reached almost 7,000 people watching us, which is crazy as well. And I hope today
Yep.
we crush that number again with all the great stuff that we're going to talk about today. We've got tons of people on. And for everyone that jumps on this, please do not look at that number in the corner because that is not the right number. We are broadcasting to a lot more people than just a couple, I'm hoping. But definitely yesterday when I looked at the number, we had amazing attendance. So great stuff to talk about today. We got Canada Beef on here right away, which is going to be awesome conversation. We got a lot of stuff when it comes to the Cisco difference. We learned a little bit about Cisco again yesterday, Kim.
Yeah. And I actually I was listening to some pains of people on social media, and I responded, "Hey, just so you know, do you use Cisco as your supplier?" And then I was like, "Oh my God, I'm already towing the line. It's happening.
There you go.
I've drank the Kool-Aid. I'm buying in. I don't know what's going on, Jay."
More Kool-Aid to drink today,
right?
Kim. Way more Kool-Aid. We got Only Meal on today. Chef Mark is here, Dana, and I think Francis as well. And I've done a lot of shows with Chef Mark over the last year, so it's going to be awesome. And Dana just doesn't stop bugging me, so it's going to be awesome. We got Todd in here, one of our business development managers, and talk about Cisco difference and really how we help customers with inventory. Not only do we help you with menu, costing, everything else we talked about yesterday, we also help you with inventory. And then the legend John, CEO of Hero Burger is going to be in. Cool. I love John. And John and me might be doing a documentary this year. So hopefully we can hang out and talk about what me and John are going to do.
John and I.
And what it means to be a Hero Burger CEO. Also, Dean's going to be on here. Sorry?
Did you see what I did there? I said John and I. So not that I was correcting you. I was actually saying John and I might be doing a documentary. Yeah. John and I.
Oh, thank you. English not my forte.
I just included myself in the pitch. So
yeah, there we go. So people are like, why did we put this guy on video? Anyways, Dean McCoo is going to be here as well. He is a legend in the industry when it comes to beef. This guy knows everything about beef. We also have another show then again back with Canada Beef. They're going to be back here with Michelle. The myths of beef. They're going to crush them today, which is great. We'll plant-based try to fight.
Yeah.
And then Ben's going to be on here from Edmonton. He's going to talk about Cisco difference as well. Culinary Federation is going to finish off the day with Rebecca
and David and me and Ryan. I'm so excited to have some people.
I know you guys are, once again, it's like the Culinary Federation beat up on Jay talk.
Yeah, pretty much. I think David Franklin's been prepping himself for days to hit you with things.
It was actually a year today. We were actually at the Restaurants Canada show at our booth, and me and Dave was there, and I was actually bugging him. And I saw some things on Facebook today that showed what it looked like a year ago, and I was like, wow, you do miss the in-person. But we're having a great show. We're going to do all the amazing things that we can. We just can't. We have no food. Yeah, Chef Mark's going to show food today. So watching food be made is tough on video.
Yeah. I was dreaming about cowboy butter after yesterday.
Cowboy butter.
Yeah.
Totally. So, anyways, let's bring in Amy. Chat a little bit about this amazing documentary they put together, which is Guardians of the Grasslands. I don't know if you saw it, but pretty cool. And it was filmed in Alberta, which is even cooler. So, all right, we're going to bring Amy in. Here we go. Hi, Amy.
Hi, guys. Hi.
We usually run a cool commercial, but we just right in.
Throw right into it. Yeah. Off in you go.
We're not gonna fight and just watch a commercial. We're gonna bring Amy in. So welcome Amy to our show. I gotta fix my mic there. Anyways, I'm working on my breathing. I'm got all the things Kim's been teaching me over the last few days.
Big deep breath.
So welcome, welcome Amy to the show. Amy, you have a cool title, Stakeholder Engagement Manager for Canada Beef. So what do you do?
That's a great question. I do a lot of things. I guess essentially it's our program is about building public trust in the way beef cattle are raised. So I manage that program, and there's a team of about five or six of us. It incorporates some different organizations. So it is super fun work. I love it.
Okay, cool. That's a cool gig.
Yeah, it's essentially like we call it like, PR for the beef industry. So I mean, we've got so many cool stories to tell, and we've got the best people in the world to talk about. So yeah, I love it.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what we're going to talk about today around this little documentary that you guys put together, and all the great stuff that it's about. And we're going to play a little bit over here. Well, can you what do they call it when they set us up for this video?
Yeah.
Like I'm on Jimmy Fallon or something. I love it.
There you go. Oh, we're pretty close. Hey, Kim, we're pretty close.
Yeah.
I would reference more the Today Show because there's two of us.
Yeah, even better than the Today Show.
Yeah.
So the clip you're going to see is a trailer for our short documentary, Guardians of the Grasslands. This is a film that was created in partnership with Ducks Unlimited Canada and the Nature Conservancy of Canada, and it explores the vital role of cattle in preserving our endangered native grasslands in Canada.
Cool.
Very
And it was shot in Alberta.
Yeah, it was filmed at the Waldron Ranch in southern Alberta. It's 65,000 acres of native grasslands. So it's an incredible property. Yeah, so it's a great backdrop for the film.
No kidding.
It's a lot of grasslands.
It is. It's a lot of management too. Like when you start to think about how they, there's about 18,000 cattle on there, and they've got to manage that grazing. It's a logistical nightmare in my eyes, but they love it. So.
Wow.
That's crazy.
That is a lot of cows. I'm trying to actually, and it's so wrong that I'm actually thinking of it this way, that of herding people. I've worked in stadiums for like 10 years, and I'm imagining herding the people in the stadium to a buffet like they would the cattle back and forth.
It's very similar. So they're doing like paddocks, and so they would just move the electric fence. And,
yes.
And so then you've got these amazing grasses, and yeah, it is exactly like herding people to a buffet.
Very cool.
All right, so let's see if I can get. I can make it go here. There we go. Is that it?
This is it. I'm not hearing it, but
okay. Now you're getting technical.
There
we go. Is this it?
This is it. Yeah, there should be music and narration.
That's okay. Well, tell us about this. So, what are you seeing here?
Absolutely. So this is the trailer that really just tees up the film. And so it is talking about, how we're seeing other endangered ecosystems as being really important. So like the coral reefs or the rainforest, but really Canada's native grasslands are, considered by some to be the most endangered ecosystem in the entire world. And it's something that a lot of Canadians don't know about. And so really, cattle and cattle ranchers play a huge role in preserving these native grasslands. So some of the people that you've seen on screen there are Ducks Unlimited. This is Mackenzie Plemmel-Stronks from Ducks Unlimited Canada. And she is so passionate about grasslands. And she really talks about how, we have to kind of band together so that we can ensure we save what little is left. And you can see the end tagline there, sometimes what you thought was the problem might actually be the solution. And that's really the tagline for Guardians of the Grasslands.
I like it.
There's a few awards there.
There's
Okay.
there's a smattering of film festival accolades, that we are pretty proud to have received.
No
That's
kidding.
pretty
Wow.
cool.
It'd be
So,
really
so
great
Kim,
with
you got to
Stan.
see this. I'm so sorry. Anyways, I do want to mention though on this. So Kim, I know exactly where this is, being from Alberta.
Yeah.
Primarily my whole life living in Alberta. This is one of the most gorgeous areas. And when Amy and myself were talking about this for today's show, I knew exactly where. And she said that, I was like, I know exactly where this is. And when you
Awesome.
come over this hill to come into the valley where this is on that, maybe those hills there on the other side over the highway, it is breathtaking to see this
Awesome.
because the mountains are in the far distance and you're in the foothills. Oh, breathtaking.
Yeah, it's really amazing. And so that's where we started with this filming project, was just as you're on Highway 22 South in Alberta, as Jay says, you come down and the ranch is on either side. And so people don't even know what they're seeing. So we thought, we'll create an informational video about the Waldron. So at least when you're driving down this highway, you could snap a QR code and this video will come up telling you about the history of the Waldron. So that video exists and it's on the information signs now. But then we went, wait a second, there's a bigger story here that needs to be told, around native grasslands and cattle.
No kidding. That's awesome.
So when you
I will
talk about, sorry,
I said I will go find it afterwards.
Yeah.
Please Google it later.
Yeah.
Please Google it.
We can't be held responsible for all the content, right?
Exactly. So how let's talk a little bit about the film and really what the message was, Amy, on what you guys were looking at, getting the message. Like why? Like what's the impact of the remaining grassland right now? What is that? Like why is it important to talk about this? Because we hear it's always in the news about beef and the environment and all this. We hear it everywhere. Netflix just goes after you guys all the time with the shows on there.
Yeah, and so that was some of the idea behind this film. Really, it started with when we were doing these interviews with Ducks Unlimited and the Nature Conservancy of Canada. And, hearing them talk about native grasslands, for both myself and the videographers, we've been involved in the beef industry for quite some time. And we were not even aware of the role of the beef industry in preserving native grasslands. So he said, okay, if we're not even aware, imagine what your average Canadian that lives in an urban setting, they won't be aware either. And it's such an interesting story to tell, but it's also so important for Canadians to know this. So you'll see in there, they say about 74 to 76% of Canada's native grasslands have been lost. So they've been converted to other purposes. And once they've been converted, they never really come back the same way. And, it's an iconic landscape for all Canadians, but it's also super important for plants and animals that call that place home. So there's over 60 different species that are actually at risk of endangerment on our native grasslands. And the really interesting part is that cattle share that ecosystem. They don't really compete with other species for grass, and they also provide, really vital ecosystem services. So they need to eat the grass, so that the new shoots can come up in the spring. And those different levels of grass provide homes for different birds that need different types of cover for their, laying their eggs. And it's an ecosystem that evolved with a grazer. So if you think about, a million years ago, there was 60 million bison roaming that same landscape. So they really shaped grassland.
Did you say 60 million, Amy?
60 million bison.
I was still stuck on that in my mind.
Yeah, so that's along the Great Plains, so extending, from the US up into Canada. And so if you think about that grassland, bison shaped it. It needs an animal that grazes on it. Otherwise, it isn't healthy. It starts to go stagnant, and the plants and animals, they can't live as well. So cattle are mimicking the bison by providing those same grazing services and, by having that grazing managed. it's vital. And if we didn't have cattle on those landscapes, what's left would probably be converted to something that pays a little more money, like some cropping. So yeah, it's an important story to tell.
Wow. I'm
like, you never hear that from anything. So like you mentioned, Jay, you talk about the Netflix specials that, there's parts of the world where, probably cattle are not the most environmentally responsible thing to be raising, right? They don't have to be everywhere, but on Canadian grasslands, that is really what makes sense for that ecosystem. There's nothing better than cattle. And then you're not converting it to crops, but you're using this land that, nothing else can really feed off of grass, right? People can't eat it. But cattle are transforming inedible cellulose grass into steaks. It's actually amazing technology when you think about it that way.
So how do you fight? Because you're right on the edge, like the forests and stuff, and what's going on. How do you fight the fires that are in today's world, and the droughts and the environment that you're dealing with? What happens there in this area?
That's a great question. So actually, we've seen some proposals that say, for carbon capture, we should plant trees on our native grasslands. And that would actually be really bad for that ecosystem, because the animals that live there, are adapted to live in grass, not in trees. And so trees would bring in different types of predators, so if you think about a grassland bird that lays its eggs in long grass, if you all of a sudden have a predator in a tree, they have no chance. And trees need a lot of water. That's why there wasn't historically trees in the prairies, because there's not a lot of water to support those trees. So actually, when we look at some of the future impacts of climate change, which is going to be warmer temperatures, which is going to be less precipitation, native grasslands are really well suited for those, challenges ahead. They can survive with little water. They're used to warm temperatures, and they're actually really well adapted to fire, right? Fires were historic events in the grasslands stretching back as far as we know.
Wow.
Pretty crazy. Amazing.
So I'm like completely nerding out by this information you have shared. Like it just makes me feel so much more Canadian, and why I love it so much more. I feel like this is like the fact that you're putting this towards schools, I think is absolutely amazing as a parent and as a human being. I would love my kids to learn things like this. I think it's so valuable. How many people are there that work in the space that you do? Like you've told us how many cattle, how many people did it take to put this together?
So the film was a small project, really, as documentaries go. So we have Storybrokers Media House shot and directed the film for us, and that's just a partnership of two people, Ben Wilson and Sarah Ray. And then we had interviews from approximately 5 or 6 people, both ranchers and then conservationists from Ducks Unlimited and the Nature Conservancy. And then there was probably a team of about 5 that helped with, getting it to the final product. So really, it's a pretty small core team that are just so super passionate about getting this message out there.
And I think it's so cool. Like I'm a big fan of the story that's being told from like the cattle ranchers to the chefs to how it gets on your plate. And this to me, it continues on. It's like one other chapter or one other page in that really cool story all about Canadian beef. So much of it we learned yesterday from Dwayne, but now this just adds on to all of that, which is super cool.
And that's what we see is people want to be conscious of both where their food's coming from, but also the climate impact of their food, the carbon footprint. Yeah. And so, there's this really unique benefit about eating Canadian beef. Not only is it, local, not only are you supporting a Canadian farmer or rancher, you're actually actively supporting the preservation of native grasslands by purchasing Canadian beef. It is really a spectacular story.
Yeah, that story is that story you can sell easy. Nice. I love it. Very cool. God, keep learning all these cool things on this show.
Yeah, it's amazing, all these different things like this, and to be able to see where this will go. Now, are you going to do another show? Amy, is there any plans to do a sequel or a
Yeah,
prequel?
so that's a great question. So we are just finishing our film festival run, as we talked about, all of those great film festival laurels that you see at the end of the trailer. So that was strategic. So, we know that beef ranchers and farmers are going to be interested in this story, but we really wanted to get to the average Canadian living in a city, so that they can learn about the benefits of cattle. And that's really, those benefits exist whether or not you choose to eat beef. But you can feel better about choosing beef because of these environmental services that they provide. So we thought, okay, one way to reach them is going to be by applying to these different film festivals. And it's actually been chosen for film festivals in every province aside from the Maritimes, but every other province we've been featured, and some really big ones in Vancouver and Toronto. It was shown on the screen in Yonge Street, downtown Toronto, which is really cool to have, cows featured there. Yeah, so that's been the first strategy. So now we're publicly launching the film in April. So it can't be publicly available, while you're doing your film festival run. So look forward to that, because there's going to be a lot of noise around the public launch, and we're exploring some streaming options, to hopefully get it on Netflix. And then our eventual plan is we would love to have a series of these Guardian films. So sort of one next idea we have is we could do one that's like Guardians of the Forest, because there's actually really interesting pilot projects happening in BC where they put cattle in forests and they eat some of the dry fuel, like the old grasses, and that actually reduces the chance of having a huge forest fire.
Are you serious? That's pretty cool.
That is cool.
Right? They're amazing creatures. They can do a lot, and then they also create delicious beef. So
You're saying they taste good too.
yeah.
It's so awesome. Well, Amy, this is, I'm blown away by always this. It is going to be awesome to see this and see it evolve as we move forward. And just, I love the fact that you guys are training us and educating us with Canada Beef and what you guys do. And it's just awesome that you're supporting this. I love the fact it's in Alberta. I just think this area, and Kim, if you ever get a chance, you got to go see this. This part of Alberta is one of
it on my list right now.
It is incredible. It is one of my most favorite places to go to. I used to drive through it every fall when I did shows out in BC, and it was just a blast. So, Amy, thank you so much for jumping on here, sharing this, and we look forward to hearing more from you guys.
Yeah, thanks for your support. And I would just add, if anybody wants to, see a screening of the film, you can just head to guardiansofthegrasslands.com and just submit a request.
That's so cool.
Awesome.
And you can watch a trailer on YouTube with sound.
You betcha. Yes, the full experience.
The full experience. We didn't want to waste it. It gives people a little bit.
Totally.
Go over there,
like
listen to it.
It's a teaser.
Yeah, exactly.
A good teaser. Yeah.
It's like an amuse bouche. That's what we just did to you.
Sneak peek, literally, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be a long day, Kim. It's going to be a long day. Anyways, thanks, Amy, so much. Take care.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That was pretty cool, eh?
That was super cool. I love it. Like, I love
65,000
innovation of people. And over, what did she say, 6 million cattle? 60 million cattle?
60 million buffalo. Or bison, sorry.
Bison.
That's stream this. Like, that's a lot of bison.
That's I'm thinking of the sound on the ground of that coming through. That'd be crazy.
Loud.
Yeah. Right?
Loud. It'd be very loud.
That's cool.
Anyway, yeah, very cool. So I recommend everyone that listens today or watches the show, you got to check out, first of all, the film.
Yeah.
Submit it. It's going to be public in April. But it is something that you got to, if you ever get a chance to come to Alberta, you got to go southern Alberta in those areas. Highway 22, I think it is, that goes south.
Yeah.
This is just so amazing, so beautiful. It's just, and there's nothing there. Like you saw, there's no houses, there's no
Yeah.
development. It's
Well, and I
beautiful.
I want to hear more about the story behind the land. And that, like,
Yeah.
when she said that they've created like this app, so it tells you about it as you're driving through it. Like,
Yeah, look cool.
how cool is
Look
that?
big. Like 65,000 acres is huge.
Yeah,
It's a
Wow.
lot of acres.
that is a lot of acres.
That's a lot of acre. All righty, we're going to break to a quick commercial, and then we've got some more legends in the menu world coming up. And Bruce, I see little Bruce there in the green room. And Bruce actually, God, how many years ago, he came to Alberta for a show that we did. I can't remember where, but he did go check out the foothills and Banff. I think he went to Banff, right, Bruce? Yeah. Anyways, it's breathtaking. He'll tell you how it is as well. But they're going to come in with Val, our director of business resources. I want to say those properly.
Yep.
Because we have business development today. It's just everyone's on. So Val's going to be in. Hi, Val. And she's there. And then we also have Heidi. She's hiding behind her camera. But we'll bring Heidi out here in a second. But we're going to break to a quick commercial, and then we'll bring you guys in.
Perfect.
Here we go. Which one? You want to do this one? This one right here? Oh, yeah. Here we go.
When you're a member of the Culinary Federation, you season your culinary career with its benefits.
Connecting and networking. Culinary challenges and competitions. Certification programs. Culinary and business skills training. Cost savings programs. Mentorship and career development. The Culinary Federation. Bringing together professional chefs and cooks from across Canada to honor tradition while evolving into the future. Be part of the change.
Join the Culinary Federation Revolution today.
Hello, Bruce. Val.
Hi there.
Heidi, turn your camera on. There she is. Don't you dare uncamera me.
That's funny.
So welcome to the show. I'm going to let you guys maybe a little intro yourself so I don't butcher it. Because I'm legend. And today I can't talk very well, according to Kim. And this is Kim. She's also a legend in the industry, Chef Kim.
Hello, everyone.
She's keeping me in line today.
Somebody's got to do it, right?
That can't be easy.
I know. Now, I've been on the journey with Bruce for many years, Bruce, eh?
Yeah, you mentioned in the last session my trip. That's the only international flight I ever missed on my way home was out of Calgary, leaving your show. I had too much time, fun times investigating and exploring up in the mountains, so I missed my flight.
I can't even remember where we had the show, to be honest. It was so long ago. But yeah, I remember you coming visiting and talking menus then. So, and then you think about today, and then we're streaming today all over the world today. We've got audience everywhere is watching today. Like I said, we had almost 7,000 people join us yesterday and watch the show. So,
Right?
And that's pretty cool. 7,000 people listen to us, Kim. It's scary.
Right?
I know.
Even my dogs don't want to listen to me. They've all booked it out of here.
So, anyways, so Bruce, Heidi, welcome. Val, thank you so much for taking the time today. I know you guys are busy. So, who are you? Let's talk about who you are first, and let's get into menus and marketing services and chat about how amazing that is and how we help our customers. This is all about the Cisco difference, and we are different. I promise you that. And then we have dogs. But that's okay. That's okay. It helps ratings.
Exactly.
So, Bruce, you want to start? Legend Heidi?
Yeah, I'll start because I'm the oldest, so I can do it. Years ago, I worked for Cisco in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and my boss was kind of enlightened, and she decided to really focus on customers' menus as a cornerstone of helping them, being able to help them succeed. So that's when I kind of ran into Jay back in the day, and we tried to spread the word about how important your menu and your marketing is, not just the food you buy, but how you sell it. So that's what Heidi and I do. We work with a team of menu experts and marketing people to help our customers be more successful and focus on what's really important. So over the years, we've just developed, great methods to quickly size up customers' menus and their situation and try to do the best we can to pinpoint the easiest ways to make a difference without disrupting customer flow and try to make everything easier. So we're just thrilled to be a part of your team here.
That's
Heidi?
awesome.
Yeah. So Bruce, although he is the OG of this whole thing, I have known him for, gosh, what is it, Bruce? 20 years now. So I joined back in the day, right after when we first started out on this adventure, and just kind of, and have been loving it ever since, and loving helping our customers, and loving being able to partner and bring menu services to all of our customers. So it's great.
You know what?
Okay.
There's a lot of memories coming back from this time, man. We've been doing menus for a long time for people. I'm not going to ask how many menus, but I'm sure
How
it's
many
a few.
menus we've
How
done?
many? Exactly. You
Oh,
gotta
just
keep track.
Well, we're working with, 12,000 customers a year at least. We're working with more and more all the time. So come on, join us. We're here to help. And if we could add up, the nickels and the quarters that we have helped customers increase their price without diners noticing, and to get the value that their work and their efforts are worth. I mean, I don't want to say billions, but I'm sure that the impact that a menu, well-engineered menu can make on your bottom line as a customer is incredible. And you deserve it. Those of you listening, because it's not easy. That's the one thing I've learned in 30 years of this is it's not easy. So we're here to just make it a little bit easier.
Yep. And if you've got that fine-tuned and working for you, then it just kind of goes. I mean, it's definitely something to pay attention to.
Absolutely. We're going to figure out how much money. I'm going to do a little calculation. Well, Val, also a legend. Where do I have legends today? I don't know what stuff that is. I haven't drank too much
I'm going
water.
to change my title. I'm going to change my title.
So Val invented
Hi,
it.
guys.
Anyways, Val, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'll introduce myself really quickly. My name is Val Sikia. I am the Director of Business Resources for the Ontario South region. So I'm sure at one point Jay has already spoken about what business resources can do. We are your consultation team, where you can see us as your after-sales service. We provide culinary consultation, assistance with your menu, and we work really closely with our menu marketing services team. And today I'm joined with the senior marketing managers who you heard from, Bruce and Heidi. They're here to help me and help you understand the incredible services they can provide you as our Cisco customers, and how they've made incredible adjustments to accommodate our customers because their needs have changed during this pandemic. So that's short and sweet. Without further ado, maybe we can jump into Heidi and Bruce, and you can tell us more about all the incredible services you provide our customers and how they can avail of it too.
That sounds great. So, Bruce, I don't know if you wanted to start out, or I can, but we have definitely the menu side of things, as we were talking about, making sure that we've got your menu fine-tuned, not just so that it looks good, but so that it's something that's working for you. And we have a great team of designers that helps with that, consultants that are able to kind of walk through some of the basics of layout and design, and use their expertise and their skills, and to help kind of guide that. So, and we sort of follow, I don't know if we have something that we were going to throw up on the screen to kind of walk through. Maybe that's a great place to start.
Bruce has got some cool stuff. I know he does.
Well, we thought you did actually, Jay. But when
Sorry.
Val had mentioned, that things have changed, and I think,
Right.
as Heidi said, we've always started with the menu as your main marketing tool, but times have changed, and for many of us, we've had to, focus on to-go only or takeaway. So this last year has caused us to work on things or create things like pop-up shops or marketplaces that you're turning your restaurant into an operation that sells toilet paper and cleaning supplies that we've never heard of before. Mm-hmm. So marketing has to pivot just like your business did. And so we not only now talk about, let's look at your menu, but let's look at all the other things that you offer in your social media. And are you creating videos and, other ways to reach out to the customer that may be not your normal customer? So it's been a really exciting year for us. And I think Val's going to share a couple of slides. We want to show a couple of examples. I also want to talk about something we really focus on, which is called the 4 Ps of menu engineering. So that will, I see it coming up here.
I know. There it is. That's what we're
And this is it. And I love this. Heidi and I were sitting around one day thinking, how do we focus and get customers to look at more than just raising their prices? And this is key right now, because as you're kind of either getting ready for reopening or spring coming, or you've had the time to think about refining your business, look at the 4 Ps. That would be, first and foremost, if it's not profitable, don't sell it, right? It's got to be profitable. Look at your menu cost. Make sure you know the cost of each item and see where items stack up against each other. And if they're not the profitable ones, don't waste your marketing energy on those items. But it's not just about profit. It's got to take into consideration your sales history or the popularity. If you have signature items, focus on those if they're popular. If you have items on your menu just because you always have, or because everybody does and they don't really sell, they're not that popular, think about streamlining and cutting back and focus on only those popular items. But that's short-sighted too, Jay. You were going to tell me that, weren't you?
Well, Bruce, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions because I'm like, my mind's. First of all, because I'm going to say you guys are probably the best menu experts in the US and Canada. Because you do that many menus, you get that title, buddy. Sorry. It comes with the gig. So you guys know menus better than anyone. Have you seen a lot of reductions in menus through COVID?
Definitely.
Absolutely.
The 4-6 page flip book menu, that's going away.
Thank goodness.
Yeah. We need to make it quick and easy, especially when a lot of the orders are being done online or through a QR code, so we don't have to touch the menu. To flip through 6 pages is not convenient or time effective. So we're getting more and more people are following the trend of late. It's been heading this way with the higher end restaurants and brew pubs, a single page, maybe 2 sides with 8 to 9 items max in a category. You're not seeing 25 burgers and 18 items in all these multiple categories. So definitely, Jay, streamlined
And
to a manageable piece.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. You really need to make sure that you're streamlined, that you're efficient, and that everything that you're doing makes sense. There isn't a lot of buffer these days, so.
That kind of segues into the other P's. Preparation, a lot of us had to cut back staff and streamline because our business has been reduced. The items on your menu also should be easy to prepare and easy to prepare in a pinch. You may get a rush of all these online orders. So make sure that everybody on your staff is cross-trained, and make sure that the items don't take a a brain surgeon to create, because you probably have hired new people too once you've reopened. So good sound recipes with instructions and recipe cards to train your staff, tying in with the portability or the profitability and popularity, then brings us to the last P of portability. And I've mentioned to go and carry out. If you're going to offer carry out menu items, make sure you have the right product to serve it in, the right containers, the right wrappers and labeling, and all the things that go into a well-rounded delivery. You want to have the customer have the same experience at home, or as close as possible, that they would if they were sitting in your dining room. And a lot of that comes down to the way you present it and package it.
Yeah, I think this step is often missed as well. I mean, I think we've all had that downer experience when you get takeout and you get home and it's just not what it was when you were there. And I have friends who, you know, for the last year, they've been living on takeout and delivery, and as many have. And the number of times they're reassessing whether or not they're going to go back based on their experience. And as I'm hearing them, it's so often coming down to, well, it was soggy or cold or whatever by the time we got it. And I'm crushed for that restaurant operator. And so I'm usually telling them, well, you know, give them another chance or give them your feedback. But it can just make or break the experience too. So
I think
Now
that's
that
what
our industry is heavily, dependent on takeout, I think investing in a good takeout container is very important. It's like leaving your business card with the customer, right? It's, you want to leave a positive impression, a good first impression on the customer, because like what Heidi said, and your friend, if the packaging is bad, the food will be bad, right? So that's what we always reiterate to our customers, that it's good to invest in a good container. And even the vendors, because of the pandemic, because we are heavily dependent on takeout now, a lot of our vendors have created great takeout products that can easily be used, because it's very important. If you sell a product now, you can get 5 different applications from that product, because you have to take in consideration that, like what Bruce said, you may only have 2 people in the kitchen, and you don't want to stock up in so like a lot of inventory. You have to streamline your menu so that you can use an item 5 different ways, and you can maximize the money you spent on that product.
So funny you said maximize, because that was the word that I was thinking the entire time you were saying that. Really, just from top to bottom, all these things that Bruce just talked through. This is all about, at every stage, maximizing your opportunities, your efficiencies, just to get the maximum, benefit for the least amount of outgo. I mean, it's all about taking a look at every stage and just making sure you're putting your best foot forward, given what we've been dealing with for the last year. It's so important.
So I have a question. So as I am the cocky, arrogant chef that does not want to be told what to do in their kitchen. So you guys, my GM calls you guys and says, you know what, we really need your help. Can you come in? What does that look like? Because I guarantee there's a million chefs listening to this going, I don't want anybody coming in telling me what to do. So what would you would come in and then say, you know what, here's some possible suggestions. Here's what we have to make you more profitable, like things along those lines.
I think the first step would be, since it's a customer, they would go through the business resources team. And then from the business resources team, we take note of what they need. We have culinary specialists who can help provide the right suggestions in terms of what you should put in your menu. And then from there, we ask you, do you need assistance in updating your menu or creating a whole new menu? And then that's where we reach out to Heidi and Bruce's team and ask them, this is what our customer needs. We fill out a form, and then Heidi and Bruce's team will do their magic. They will reach out directly to the customer to confirm if we got everything that they needed. Heidi, Bruce, did I get that correctly? Just want to make sure.
Yeah, for sure. And we, Kim, just so you know, we definitely hear your story first.
Yeah.
Listen, we're not going to tell you what to do. We might throw some suggestions
recommendations,
and
Awesome.
say we've seen this and we've heard this. What do you think? Because if it doesn't work in your operation, you won't do it. So
Yeah.
so it's okay. We try to put out multiple ideas, and you take which one you like and which one you don't, and some of those are going to hit, and we don't want to overwhelm customers and say you got to do these 35 things to get fit. That doesn't work either. It's got to be something that you really can easily mold into your operation.
Yeah, and I see. Sorry, go ahead, Heidi.
No, I would say 100%. When we view this as a partnership, so it's got to work for you, and we're just here to help and enhance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the sidebar, I'm not that person anyway. That was so my previous life. But I would imagine where it would be beneficial to have someone in like a chef's role, have someone like you guys from this company come in, and you would give suggestions, because there's how many thousands of SKUs of products, and as much as I would love to know all of them, I guarantee it's not even a drop in a bucket what I know. So to have you come in and like offer hey, you know what, did you know we have this that could go with that, or we have this style of takeout container. And I think right now, one of the biggest things restaurateurs can learn is that you cannot take your menu you were offering before, keep it at the same price, put it in a container, and try and ship it out. Like it can't be done. There needs to be some adapting. You need to be open to that. Like I'm in a small area of London, and there's a couple spaces that literally are still offering the same menu that they've had for a year. It's just in a takeout container going down the road. And I'm like, okay, you can't, like, guys, you're not going to stay in business that way. And then having a proper container for it is huge, because I won't go back somewhere that has styrofoam. So that it very much is like your business card. And I appreciate that component of things in the presentation of it. So yeah, that would be another benefit to having you guys come in and have those conversations, because most people don't know that there's even an option.
It's funny that you mentioned business card, because I think Val had mentioned it too.
Yeah.
Not as only is it like your business card, throw in your business card. So when you have the opportunity to market, like with a to-go bag, make sure it's branded. Make sure you invite the guest back. So we might also suggest doing other things like little bounce back cards, or at least a little flyer with every to-go order that reminds people how easy it is to work with you and to go online and order and get
that QR code to your online ordering.
Yeah.
Share menus like this with them that they can just aim their phone at, and boom, they're.
I always say one of the best things is people that give magnets. I will put any business's magnet on my fridge, and I'm like, oh, what do I want to order tonight? Oh yeah, that's easy. There's the magnet right on my fridge. Yeah.
Great idea.
That's huge. That's huge.
Yeah, the power of the menu is different now.
Sorry.
I interrupted someone. I'll just be quiet and hang out here. I just want to mention something, because a lot of people are watching this. And I think, Val, it was something that you said that it just hit on me, that I think officially we need to change the word business resources and include the word customer at the beginning. Because a lot of people think it's business resources are internally from Cisco, and we've got all these amazing things and chefs and stuff like that for our own. And it's not the case. They're actually customer business resources. These are our customers' resources. And I know we need to work on that. I know a guy that knows that department quite well. That we'll have to figure that name. Just because you say it, and I was like, okay, well, if I'm seeing this for the first time and I'm not sure, it's customer business resources is really what we do, and it makes us different. So, anyways, I just want to throw that out there.
No, that's what I was thinking, actually, Jay, and that's why I asked the question that way, because I know you guys can explain exactly what you do, but if I don't know what you do, then then I don't know. I only know what I know. So for you to explain to me how that process would go, well, that could potentially open up a whole bunch of doors for people. So
Exactly. Sorry, I'll be quiet again.
Well, one thing I don't think we even mentioned was this is a free service to Cisco customers too. It's not, it just comes along to help make running your business easier. So it is a customer resource because it's, you can pick from the plethora of services that Val's team has to offer. You may want menu services. You might want something else. You might want to visit with the chef, the local chef. But these are services that are just offered because we're partners. Now, there may be some costs involved with printing a new menu, and that's part of doing business. But as far as developing some of these ideas we've been talking about or hearing some of our suggestions, that's just part of being a Cisco customer. And we want you to take advantage of that and reach out to find out more. And hopefully our marketing associates are spreading, the word of all these valuable resources. And what you're seeing is just some of what we try to offer as depending on the customer needs.
I like it.
I just want to repeat that, Bruce. It's a free service, guys. Being a Cisco customer, a team of experts can create your menu. So please feel free to reach out to us. And I just want to commend Heidi and Bruce's team. The customer service is incredible. Like it's different. That's the feedback I've been getting from the field. The customer service, the personal touch, the team really reaches out directly to the customers and they hear them out and make sure everything they need was captured in the new menu design. So thank you for doing that. Great team.
Of course, that's awesome. We love working with our customers, and it is all about making sure we understand their needs and like I was saying before, that we are really just a partner in it. So
yeah, I have to say, I think this is one of those features I wish more people in the industry would use. I know from many years of doing different seasonal menus and things like that, and I come from large menu background. So having a partner in my supplier who was able to bring in like McCain's, bring in Lamb Weston, do all those things and add all of those enhancements too, only made me more successful. So I encourage whoever is listening from an industry standpoint to use these services that are available to you. Like you can't know everything about the industry, so there's got to be something that will show up that might be that game changer for you. I know I had numerous ones over the years. So yeah,
it could be as simple. It's like a poster in the window that tells people as they walk by that, hey, we're open, or we have indoor dining, or we don't, but we do have, so simple things can change your business.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a 6-month process. Just reach out to your marketing associate, or if your marketing associate wants to talk about it, just listen and hear all the different things that you might just take one of those out of the basket. And it could make a big difference. And that's what we hope to be a part of.
Very cool.
Maybe we can tell them how to get in touch with you guys. The different ways of getting in touch with the marketing services team.
Sure. I think the best way is to go through your marketing associate. That definitely would be the primary route. So if you're interested in our services, I would be in touch with them. And then they know the path to get a request into us. We do also have, we have a 800 number that you can reach out to directly as well. But I think probably the best way is to just go through your Cisco team, and they will connect you in with our services.
Val, is that what you would recommend, or do you?
No, yeah. I mean, I wanted everybody to know the two options available to them. So the easiest is probably if you're a Cisco customer to go through your marketing associate. But again, there's also an option to go directly to the marketing services team. And this is also great, because of the pandemic, a lot of people are putting up their own ghost kitchens. So they can help you with that as well. So this is a great service for your ghost kitchen menus or virtual kitchen menus.
That's what I was saying that to Jay, that after hearing about the ghost kitchens and all of the extra services you guys have added on for that, and how easy, like that to me is, you're making my job easy. You're making it, because again, I don't do those things. So to have someone that does do those things is incredibly valuable tool. So I was telling him that last night I started sending messages to friends. I'm like, hey, did you know that this and this? And they were like, no, okay, what are you doing? And I was like, oh yeah. So I just help you out. And there's a whole team of people that will help you out. So that's a huge piece I would say to look into for so many restaurateurs, because a lot of them are stuck in that fear of trying something new. And I don't want to get out of what I know. I know how to run a restaurant, and I'm just going to stay in my spot running a restaurant. But right now there are so many opportunities and so many super cool things that can be extra revenue streams that you're not necessarily ending your restaurant. You're adding and adding and adding things to it, which can hopefully keep so many more places alive and going and thriving from it.
Yeah, I think the one thing I'd like to say before we're closed here is that just think, if you streamline your menu now and you focus on your profitability, your portability, your preparation, when things are back up and normal, or you're at full swing, you're now fit and you're ready to outperform. You've adjusted your prices. You've got everything flying. So you're going to be so much better by learning the hard stuff that we learned over the last year. So great success to everybody who's here. Hope we hear from you.
Awesome stuff. Awesome
Thanks
stuff. Just my last question. I have one question. What's the craziest thing you've seen over the last year with menus? I know you have one. Come on, Bruce.
Well, what I think is crazy would be like someone's mentioned already, somebody that wants to just raise, add a nickel to every price on their 6-page menu and not make any other adjustments, not keep up with inflation, not add on for to-go containers. The cost of doing business these days has increased. So not doing enough has been the craziest. I don't know if that's not funny or not clever, Jay, but it's the truth. Just doing the same old thing. You
know what? I've been in so many meetings with restaurants and chefs and stuff like that. That unfortunately, it's hard to make that change and switch over and change things. It is very difficult, scary, but definitely needed in today's world.
Now's a perfect time. If it doesn't work, in the pandemic. If it does work, right? The pandemic.
There's a lot of grace given to restaurants these days for things that happen because of the pandemic, or for all of us.
It's like the best way out. No, I didn't know. Pandemic. Yeah, it's pandemic. Yeah, that excuse for just about anything these days. So.
Exactly. Well, thanks again, Val, Bruce, Heidi. We got the echo going on today. But thank you again so much for dropping by. Stay well. It's nice seeing you again.
Yeah, I hope it won't be another 15 years, Jay, before I get to visit.
We'll get this COVID thing out of the way.
Thanks, Jay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to hear from you. Oh.
You can't mute. That's cheating.
So I have this fantastic German Shepherd. I'm going to show you what's happening in my house right now. So she is like right here. So her whole for like she's 7. So for about the past 5 years, she has had this film over her eyes. I'm gonna see if I can get her in action while she's doing it. She's had this film over her eyes. Oh yeah. So now she's like jumping on her hind legs. So this film all of a sudden like wiped off of her eyes. And she could see lights and shadows. So on a sunny day, she just goes ballistic in my house. It's highly entertaining to watch. So I either thought I had mice in my house, or I thought there was like spirits that came in or whatever. And then it turns out, no, it's actually just the lights on the walls that are making her crazy.
Well, I know someone that else is crazy that's up next. And
Nice.
she's just itching to get in here. She's in the green room. So we're going to run a quick commercial and then let her drive us nuts. Sorry, Dana, I had to do it, eh? Right. Anyways, she's going to be here next, and then we're going to have her on. But stay tuned. We're going to run a quick commercial. I'm going to go fill up my coffee, and we'll be back with the Oli Mail crew. Welcome.
Hello.
There's Kim.
Hi.
Welcome, Oli Mill.
Hi.
Knuckle Sam.
Hi. We're working for Cisco today, Jay. Yeah,
Are you?
our shirts
You guys
on.
are sporting it. We got to get a Cisco chef jacket, a foodie chef jacket. I'll work on that, Mark. Welcome, everyone. Like, talk about Oli Mill stuff. Chicken sandwich.
We're excited.
So first of all, welcome all of you. Maybe we'll take 30 seconds, introduce yourself. How have you met before? Like dealing with a dog problem, a blind dog. But we're excited to have you on. Oh, Chef jumped off. He'll be back, I'm sure. But Dana, who are you?
I am Dana Owens, and I am the Director of National Distribution at Oli Mill, and so excited to be on, I think it's like my 4th show, Jay.
I was going to say, I think you've been on like a regular.
I love it.
You're like, never mind. I was going to reference Oprah. Probably not good.
No sound.
There you go. Yeah, we hear you, Mark.
So I guess it's my turn.
Yes, it is.
So I'm Francois. I'm in charge of all the national accounts and national distribution for Oli Mill. So I'm working with Dana and Chef Mark quite often. So
cool. And the legend, Chef Mark?
The legend.
The legend, the myth. Yeah. Chef's in a halo moment there. So Dana, what are we talking? So first of all, I'll introduce you to Kim. Kim's the co-host today, and apparently
Hi, Kim.
Hi.
way more fan base than I am.
Yeah.
I'm getting text. Apparently, Kim, people liked when you corrected me on my
Oh,
language today. By the way,
sorry about that, Jay.
yeah, no, it's okay.
It's been 3
Well,
days.
Dane's
Come on
here
now.
too, so she'll do the same. Don't worry.
Gloves are off. We're going toe to toe now. So
Gloves are off.
yeah.
All righty. So Dana, what are we talking about today?
Well, so when we talked about the theme, it was rising above. And so we really wanted to pick the trends that we're seeing across Canada and we're really seeing rise and how they translate into the upcoming season as spring is starting to take off, the snow is melting, people's moods are getting excited for patio season. So we wanted to take some trends that translate into that and talk about that today. And the best way we thought to do that was chicken burger wars. And that's why I asked Francois to join me, because he is the king of chicken burger wars. He knows the most. So I thought he was great to bring on today.
That's a great title. The King of Chicken Burger Wars.
Yeah, I took
down, I feel.
Yeah, but since the beginning of the COVID, I took 20 pounds by trying every sandwich that we are developing for our customers. So yeah, it's interesting to see what's happening in the market right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we tee up Chef here. He's coming back in here. What are we seeing? Is this something that is just going to be around? Is this going to continue as we move forward?
Maybe I can jump in now, but it's been a couple years that it started in the US, that war. And since a year and a half, because of the healthier side of the protein, the chicken protein, all the banner or the chains wanted to develop their own product. And since Popeye really pushed forward like the good value of a chicken burger, and it could be as good as a beef, everybody wants to follow that trail. And they are developing their products. So we have seen a lot of focus for Wendy's back in the day. We heard like BK's working on something. It's out in the news. KFC relaunched their famous burger. So there is a continuous trend. And because chicken for now is a little bit cheaper than beef, but this year it's different, but most of the time, and it's good quality product, people are craving for that. But what we are seeing is we need to extend the consumption of chicken in other areas. So there is a main focus on breakfast from many chains, but also for independents. We see that it's a very nice trend for them because most of the breakfast chain or breakfast restaurant are very suffering due to COVID. And order like 2 eggs and sausage is not that valuable for many consumers. So having a nice breakfast chicken sandwich or chicken option that generates value for the customer. It's a good transaction for the restaurant, and they're pushing that more and more and more. So that's why Chef Matt today will present you some breakfast stuff around chicken.
Cool. Chef Mark, can you hear us yet? He looks so sad.
Mark, yeah.
Was there much or was there many breakfast chicken sandwiches before COVID?
Not that much. Dana, maybe you're on the food service more than me, but
so obviously breakfast sandwiches are something that have been a trend for a while, but not with chicken. And I think that it's really interesting to see the rising of the breakfast chicken sandwich because not all consumers eat bacon and sausage. Yeah. So I think that this opens up so many windows and just so much more of the Canadian population.
I totally agree. I like it as an option, but would not have thought of it beforehand as an option.
Let me tell you, I was kind of surprised when it first came out, but I was one of the first people to try it, and I'm a fan. I am a fan of chicken, breaded chicken for breakfast.
Yeah. I feel like I have a household of kids that would be as well, for sure.
Kim, the trend that you might have seen is the waffle and chicken. It's been there for a couple of years. So it's like the beginning of the breakfast, the chicken for breakfast.
Yes.
Everybody's building on that.
And taking it one level further. I love that.
Exactly.
Very cool.
All right, let's. Do you want to bring Chef Mark in? I think we might have to dub audio into him. So Dana, you can do the talking for him, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, that's no problem.
Oh, we got him.
Oh, we can hear you, Chef.
Yeah, I know. Sorry about that. I just had to do a few clicks there on my computer, I guess.
He turned up the volume. That's what it was.
I think we all need a few clicks this morning, Chef Mark.
Really sorry about that. No, better be late than never, I guess. Yeah.
Is that eggs? Do you got eggs over there?
Yeah, I got some eggs. I got some bacon going here. I got some eggs with cheese as well. So a few recipes.
Let's get started. Let's see what you're gonna do.
Yeah, exactly. Well, actually, I'm going to start with a pretty simple one there. You guys talked about how popular breakfast sandwiches are now, and we are bringing the chicken into the breakfast time of the day. So what I'm going to do the straightforward. I know, as you can see on the market right now, so it's an English muffin with a breaded chicken burgers in it, and some a fried egg, and some cheese and some bacon. So.
Oh, when are we getting food delivered to my house, Jason?
I'm so sorry.
That was the plan.
It's Dana's fault.
I can feel my mouth watering.
My fault.
Don't blame Dana.
I'm guessing that's Holy Mill bacon too.
Of course, yeah.
You can smell it. Yeah, this goes back to the scratch and sniff screen that we need.
Yeah, we definitely need.
As you guys can see, I've got the burgers here.
Now, the reason we chose those burgers as well is that they're nicely round. They fill up the English muffin or the bagel very nicely. So that is also one of our value patties, and it's perfect for this application.
Yeah.
So it's essentially the same chicken burger you would have in place for a dinner service. You're just turning it into a breakfast application.
And yes, Kim, we could definitely use this as a burger sandwich, but this one also, because it's so round, there's other ones that we use that are more of a natural breast, but this one fits perfectly on that English muffin or a burger, as you said, for dinner.
Awesome. As you can see, it's all done here. So like Dana said, it's well round, fits right in the muffin or in the bagel as well. So there you go, and sandwich to go. So quite popular. You get double, 3 shots of protein actually, 4 if I count the cheese in there. You eat that, you're done for the whole day. So we got the bacon, we got the eggs, we got the cheese, we got the chicken, of course. So this is our first one.
Chef, can you cut one?
Of course, yeah.
I didn't think I was going to say that. Hey, Dana.
I love the picture of the egg being cut.
Okay. Slow motion.
I don't know if you guys can see it, Jay.
Amazing.
There you go.
I'm just happy we can have fried chicken for breakfast now.
Right?
And then, you know what? When it first came out, Jay, people were saying fried chicken for breakfast. When you had it, you love it and you go back for it. That there's a reason why it's so popular right now.
Absolutely. And I feel like with a maple butter sauce on it, like similar to we used to do chicken and waffles with a maple butter sauce, that would be delicious on a chicken burger in the morning.
Actually, my next one is a chicken and waffle as well. So I get some waffles. I get the waffles here.
So the items that we selected for today, we really wanted to touch on what you spoke about earlier on the show, was ghost kitchens. And what do they really need in ghost kitchens? And the items that we chose are so versatile, because a lot of times in these ghost kitchens, they have so limited shelf space in their freezer. So we wanted to pick an item that you could use 17, 20, 30 different ways. So these pieces of chicken right now, you could dice them and easily put them on top of a salad or a protein bowl. You can put them on these burgers, or you could just put them, straight up as a chicken breast and pasta meal. They're so versatile, and I just think there's so many different applications for them.
Yeah, I love that. That makes it so valuable and a lot easier to add more options to your menu. Nice.
All right, there you go. So we got some waffles here. We got the Thunder Crunch chicken breast as well. It's got a nice crispy, double breaded, nice and crispy on it as well. And some spicy maple syrup. Could have been regular maple syrup, could have been honey as well. So this is more like, a plate service than a handheld, of course. But, as we all know how popular waffles and chicken are right now.
Hey, Mark, I know you're well known to have nice sides next to your meal. What do you suggest with that kind of breakfast?
That I would go with fresh fruit.
Fresh fruit, that's it.
Yeah, some fresh fruit, maybe some hash brown on the side as well. Some bacon could have gone, with that as well. Some sausages on the side as well. But, I mean, you got your protein, you got your sweet, you got your bread in there. So some nice fresh fruit around that would have been nice as well. Good.
Chef, is that our Thunder Crunch?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
The Thunder Crunch. So that's a full muscle piece of chicken. It gives that in back of house look. It looks like you took the breast right from scratch, you dipped it yourself and fried it. So it's got that real back house, that rustic appeal.
Third sandwich I'm making is with the Thunder Crunch as well. The breast sandwich.
I've had the Thunder Crunch before, and it is a favorite of mine to use and to eat because it's delicious.
And it's crunchy. And who doesn't like crunchy?
Exactly. Yeah.
The one that Chef is showing right now is actually the Cisco brand breast sandwich. And this one is so unique because it's the only one that we have that is fully cooked. So if you have an operator that's got a really quick serve restaurant, you've got a golf course that has maybe somebody less experienced at the fryer, this one has kind of everything covered. You're a little bit more comfortable with the cook of it, and it has such a nice finish to it.
All right,
we got to figure out how to get chicken fingers into breakfast.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And this one is gluten-free as well. So no, I could have put it on a gluten-free bun, but I got this toasted brioche bun here, the breast sandwich from Cisco. I got some bacon in there and a fried egg on top of that.
It's amazing. And a lot of customers in field operators are looking for fully cooked items, and Cisco brand has one. And this item is incredible.
Love it.
And as you can see, it's very easy to
do. And if we go on for the next meal of the day, I mean, this could be like brunch item, could be breakfast item as well. But we all seen, the chicken wars that's happening with the burgers. So why not use the Thunder Crunch and make, a nice, and get on this trend of the war, of the burger war, I should say. Use the Thunder Crunch. It's ready. It's there. It's and then you can garnish it as you want. So we see a lot on the market now with some dill pickle and mayonnaise and the double breaded. But why not add some bacon into there, add some tomato, some lettuce as well. So it all depends on the chain. Some chains are upgrading it a little bit. Some go a little bit straightforward.
Do you have help to eat all that, Chef Mark?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Me and myself.
Yeah.
I think one thing that's worth mentioning is with the summer going the way that it is, I think that patios and eating at parks and eating in your car, takeout, these are handheld burgers, right? Things that we can just take and hold in our hands. We don't need the cutlery. We don't need a million pieces. We don't need kids spilling stuff everywhere in the back seat. I think that these are easy for a picnic. They're easy for eating outside, and they're fun, socially distanced fun.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it. The yesterday, one of the chefs was on telling us about. We were talking about different ways of doing takeout meals or different things at restaurants, and she was saying there was one place that you did each course and then you drove around the block, and then you came back for another course and then you drove around the block. So there's so many fun things people are doing and different options, and this would be add to the ease of a lot of that takeout stuff. Jay, you're awfully quiet. Have you stopped talking now because you don't want me to correct you?
No, I'm just worried what Dana's going to do. No. What? Well, no. She's a regular on her show.
Everybody's worried. Everybody's worried what I'm going to do, Jay.
Yeah, I have the same feeling day after day, Jay. So part of my life now.
No, I think it's great, and I'm glad that we're showing products like this because I'm with you. Actually, I saw someone opening patios today. I think it was in Calgary. There was a restaurant in Calgary open their patio today. It's going to be warm here in Alberta, and I love that. I love seeing people open their patios again. Great products. We know this stuff sells. This stuff is great for delivery, great for takeout. It's great in when we get to sit in a restaurant again. And I love the fact that you're nailing breakfast with it. I love the fact because I love chicken fingers. I love chicken breasts.
Yeah.
You know, the crunch is one of my favorite as well. I think it's going to be awesome. Great ideas.
Yeah, I like the chicken for breakfast. I was prior to where I am right now, I was at a ski hill for the past 4 years. And I know that would have been a hit with the patrollers that come in or anyone else that would have come in for breakfast. They would have been all over that. The teenagers, because they usually wanted chicken fingers anyway. But yeah, they would be all over an option like that.
Love it.
All right. What you got next?
What you got there, Chef?
The next one, I mean, Francois and I talked the other day about, how great a chicken burger looks on the burger versus, like a beef burger. Sometimes beef burgers are a little bit small. So, you get, when you take a bite out of it, actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut into it here. Okay, I got this burger here. It's got some tomatoes in there. It's got some bacon. It's got some lettuce. But, as you can see, you get a lot of protein, when you bite into it. What's great about the chicken is that it travels great. It stays crispy. It doesn't release any juice in your burger, so your burger doesn't get all soggy as well. So just a bit of mayonnaise to give it a little bit of some pepper mayonnaise in there as well. So it's great for and you do get a lot for your money.
Mm-hmm.
And value is huge. Value will be huge moving forward.
Yeah, I think that's why it's so popular right now, because, you do, you buy a burger, it's big. It's, you don't get the really, like I said earlier, the small beef patty with a lot of garnishes. I mean, you do get a lot of chicken in there as well.
And I don't know if your family is the same as mine, but I know when my family goes out for chicken sandwiches, I want to be more on the healthy side. And so I want the grilled chicken sandwich. We've also got the fully cooked grilled chicken breast there that can offer that low sodium, healthy appeal, because it's funny, there's contradicting trends right now, healthy and comfort, right? So there's something for everyone. And we've got that for you.
That's funny. I often think about that as well. The same, because my family would be the same. And I always, there needs to be part of the menu. Like I, as a female, eat smaller portions than my 2 teenage boys do. So there needs to be that level or that option of things. And I would go for the grilled chicken. Well, it depends. I might go the other way.
Depends on the day, right?
Depends on if I want comfort and healthy, then that fits in perfectly. So, but yeah, I totally understand that.
But you forgot something too, the word indulgence, because it's something that most of our customers are looking for, because people are, yes, they think it's healthier. At the end, it's not that more healthier, but they feel great about having this meal because it's indulgent for them. So.
Yes, absolutely.
Deep fried chicken for breakfast. Come on. Let it go, Dana. You don't need the healthy stuff.
And someone asked, how do you think it would be in a breakfast wrap, Chef Mark?
Oh, it would work great. I mean, you could use, either the burgers or the chicken fingers, in a breakfast wraps with some cheese in there, some bacon, a bit of mayonnaise, some lettuce. I mean, it's like, you do a club wrap, but it would go great for a breakfast item as well. So like I said, you could use the burgers and cut it in strips, or use a chicken tenders or chicken strip as well.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned the chicken fingers, because I had done that in a venue I was at before, and it was one of the kids that worked for me. He's like, why aren't we just using a couple of chicken fingers? And I was like, I don't know. Why aren't we? That makes so much sense from an industry standpoint to do it that way. So I appreciate that idea.
Actually, you know what? You could put the.
Oh, did we just cut out his sound?
Could be on a burger as well, or. Last but not least,
my bad.
Oh.
I hit the wrong.
Jay, come on.
No, I'm sorry.
Did you try to mute me, Jay?
It's day 3. Come on. I don't even know what my name is after day 3.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Last but not least, guys, what I've done with the chicken grills here is that I made a nice Korean barbecue sauce base. So, I baked them in the oven, and what I did, I served them on this nice grill loaf here with a kimchi coleslaw. So kimchi coleslaw is so easy to make. It's a little bit spicy. It's got, so we got the coleslaw in there, the carrots, and the Napa cabbage, and there you go. You got a great Korean barbecue burger as well.
Delicious.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, thank you again, Chef Mark. You've been on our show a million times, and we want to have you back more and more. And the Ole Mill crew. You guys are awesome. Great ideas always. And you know what? Great product. And get it at Cisco. We'll have you back more and more as we move forward through the spring and summer for more patio and great ideas for the summer as we, get back into the groove. And I feel good things are coming. I really do.
Yeah, and samples at our house while we're doing this next time.
Yeah, next time, Dana.
Honestly, I do. If you guys were in Ontario, I do that for select Cisco people. So I'm
in Ontario.
I'm there.
Done.
Awesome. Well, take care. Thanks, Chef. Great seeing you again. Enjoy those sounds. He always makes himself lunch.
Yeah, I know. Well, the timing is pretty good right now. As you can see, it's 12:30, so I'm right on for lunch now.
Yeah, perfect.
Have a great lunch, Chef. Great seeing you.
Thanks. Great being here. Thank you for having us.
Thanks
Thank
again.
you
Thanks,
so much.
everyone. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
And, we'll see you guys soon.
That's what I call my my good vibes.
Is that your good vibes?
Kimchi.
Kimchi?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my energy, my kimchi.
Is that your energy?
Yeah.
It's not the 3 cups of coffee I've had today already.
Yeah. See, I'm still just on tea.
Well, you're teeing it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyways, we have one of our business development managers. I want to say it properly because we always use acronyms here at Cisco and people don't know what the heck we're talking about. But we're going to break for a 30-second, and I'm going to pull up some new commercials here after this commercial as I load them up for later today because we are halfway done day 3, I believe, right now. I think we're halfway.
Sunday, right? Monday, Tuesday. Yep.
Okay. So we're going to have Todd on here in a second, but we're going to break, and then we're going to come back, and then we're going to chat with Todd.
Perfect.
When you're a member of the Culinary Federation, you season your culinary career with its benefits.
Connecting and networking, culinary challenges and competitions, certification programs, culinary and business skills training, cost savings programs, mentorship and career development. The Culinary Federation, bringing together professional chefs and cooks from across Canada to honor tradition while evolving into the future. Be part of the change.
Join the Culinary Federation revolution today.
Welcome, Todd.
Hi there.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you guys?
Good, good. And it was my dog.
Oh, what's your dog?
Yes, I have two of them, and one of them jumps at shadows.
I thought he had some kind of a little voice button that he pushed, and it was a dog barking.
Yeah. That's why he keeps disappearing. He's like, oh, yeah, my dog. I got to attend to my. Yeah, right. Yeah. No, that's me.
Nice to meet you, Chef Kim.
Nice to meet you too,
I like
Chuck.
the pink chef coat.
Thank you. It's my my quest to end bullying in kitchens.
Great, great.
It's beautiful. So Todd, Todd, welcome. It's crazy after 3 days, and tomorrow is just going to be just nuts. But what are we talking about with you today, Todd, around the Cisco difference? What makes us different, and what would you like to talk about today?
Well, I mean, in my role, we're always offering different tools that restaurants can use to help improve their business. You know, my career started as a dishwasher and moved my way up through the ranks in some franchises, and I kind of learned a lot about kitchens and how to stay organized working in these franchises, because they kind of had all the tools, and Cisco's kind of jumped in and they've developed a lot more tools, and just better and better as time goes on. Back in the day, we used clipboards and pens and paper, and you know, a lot of things were done just by manual. But now with Cisco, they're kind of bringing everything to the forefront and helping. And I'm trying to learn them, and I'm trying to teach them to some of the customers at the same time.
Todd, how long have you been in the industry?
Well, I'm 49, and I was a dishwasher when I was 15. So that a long time. Like, you know, I was thinking about it earlier today that I owe a lot to the restaurant industry, because, you know, it's been my whole life. I met my wife in the industry. A lot of my good best friends are pub owners, and I've got friends that live, you know, far from me that still are in the restaurant industry. We still talk about restaurants, and we still discuss different things having to do with the restaurant industry. So it's really been my life, and I'm really passionate about it.
I think that's very
really
cool for an industry to be. We're so connected in that way. We might be half a country or half the world away from someone else, but if there's a restaurant connection, we go hard and fast into our family roots. Remember that day we did this or that service. And I think that's one of the coolest things. I'd worked for someone at one point, and I was talking about stashes. And I said, I could go into a kitchen, just let them know I'm coming, and then check out what they're doing and that, and maybe jump in and help. And he was like, okay, so you're telling me you go into other people's businesses? And he was a guy that was a petroleum, they used to fill tanks. And I said, oh yeah, I guess you're not going to fill someone else's tanks. And he was like, no, that's the strangest thing I've ever heard. And I was like, oh, it's kind of what we do.
So Todd, we're going to talk a little bit about mobile inventory today, and some of the things that make Cisco different is we help people with this. Is that something that we do a lot of, or is this is incredible, first of all? But do you want to talk about it a little bit?
Sure. You know,
I'll share the screen here. Here we go.
Okay.
Let's see if this works. Here we go. Oh, I found the share audio button, Kim.
Oh, nice.
Just so you know.
See, we're learning.
Yeah, so just before I get into the slide, inventory is, you know, to a lot of people, it's just such a big job. It's, you know, I when I worked at quite a large truck stop in my career, and it had me, you know, 4 or 5 walk-in coolers and large dry storage areas, and I would get up at 5 in the morning and go in and count my stock. And you know, some kitchens do it and some don't, and some ownership maybe don't even know why it's important, but lots of great restaurants and franchises have a good handle on it. But back in the day when I did it with a pen and paper, and and it's not always accurate. And some shortcuts can be taken, and it depends how you do it. So I'm going to just show you a little bit of a program here. Going through this slide, it's obviously it's important to have accurate stock counts. There's common mistakes. Cheating is, everybody wants to go home early, or maybe they don't want to weigh that case of steaks. They just want to guess what's in there. And, there's a lot of human error, like with the pen and paper. Organization's a big one. And I found that doing inventory, it actually helps you stay more organized. You clean out your coolers and your freezers, and you see what's there and what you can throw on special. And, it helps reduce what you're bringing in and paying for, and having high stock volumes when you don't really need them. Having a manager and chef help you is another key thing that I found. When you're out there doing it yourself, you're counting, you're moving things, you're writing it down. Sometimes I've actually just recently had a meeting with quite a large customer who says, yeah, he has someone help him count. So one guy does the counting and moving, and one guy writes it down or types it in on the computer.
I love the fact you have cheating.
Right. That's a thing.
I've cheated once.
We've
all cheated.
Well, and because as chefs or kitchen people, we have a measurement or a degree of measuring in our brain that doesn't really translate to so many other people. Right? Like, no, that's like 4 handfuls. That would be like 2 pounds. Yeah, close enough, kind of thing. But that would be where an actual system would be beneficial.
Yeah, and unbelievably, the chefs and lots of cooks are very accurate.
Yeah.
I've seen it lots of times when I worked in kitchens. Like, they could be weighing cheese, and it's 2 ounces, and bang, it's just one shot. It's 2. Like, they just know.
Yeah.
Just some statistics. Quick service restaurants, they're up to 35% operating budget goes to purchasing food. And, all restaurants are shooting for that 35% food cost lower, hopefully. 60%, 68% of independent restaurants don't even really do inventory. And, that's a scary thing, but sometimes you just don't have the personnel or the knowledge. And hopefully this helps.
Well, it's nice to know that at Cisco we actually help people with this, right? And this is something that we help them big time. And you look at those stats, and I think that stat is much higher. Maybe it's lower today. I don't know. Maybe it has changed a little bit with COVID and people being more cautious of what they're spending their money on and keeping track of their inventories. Their inventories are going to shrink a little. Menus are shrinking. Inventories are going to shrink. But I'm so proud to hear that we help people with this, because it is something that is huge.
Yeah, the back end work of inventory for. Am I gonna show a quick demo here?
Sure. Do we have one on this?
Well, I can share my screen and show you one.
Yeah, please do, Todd. Please do.
If you prefer, I kind of have it set up. Like the back end of setting up this inventory, it's so much work. For a few days of inputting and organizing yourself. And, really the chef and the ownership and management really have to have the buy-in in order to do it still. Mm-hmm. I go in and, or some of our associates who know the program will go in and they'll help customers try it, and they'll kind of set them up on it, tell them kind of what the steps are. There's 2 platforms really that coincide with one, and there's a mobile inventory, which is the app on your phone, and then there's the Cisco online ordering, which is another system in itself, and they're kind of a desktop version. So when you're setting up inventory, you kind of want to use the desktop version so you can see. So let's just see if I can.
First of all, Todd.
Yeah.
I am so glad you have the Boston record over your right-hand shoulder.
Thank you. It's one of my favorite bands of all time.
I was just going to mention, I actually went and tried to find my copy of my vinyl in my studio here, but I can't find it, so I'll bring it up later. Sorry, Kim.
Can you see my screen?
No, that's okay. I was admiring Gordy there.
Were you admiring Gordy? Okay, yeah, I saw that too.
You can see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you open up the mobile app, your login information for those of you who use Cisco Source online ordering is the same, so you don't have to think of another username and password. Some messages, there's a message here. If there's something important from Cisco, you can click on it. Oh, my session expired. I see. I was in it earlier. So if you flip it around, there's an alert here that there'll be an outage. So quickly, I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to run through this real quick. You're probably going to have lots of questions, and there's just a basic setup today. So you can see your invoices and search for products, and inventory is obviously what we're talking about. But in the settings function is where all the pre-work starts. So obviously in all kinds of kitchens, there's locations, categories, there's other vendors. Like if you're going to buy from a bakery or a store, you got to run and grab some avocados, and then there's non-distributor items, which is kind of what chefs will do in the kitchen to prep maybe rib portions or cheese portions like we were talking about. So you'll click on locations, and I've already put a couple locations in here: freezer, dry storage. Maybe we'll add another location. What can we add here? I'll add the cooler. So you just basically type in cooler, hit save. And now what I was talking about with Cisco Source is when you have a custom guide in there, that's a real important key to this inventory program. A lot of chefs, cooks have custom guides, and they are basically all the products that they buy in whatever order they prefer. And some chefs are really keen on it, and they have like they're by the shelf, and they count their coolers a certain way so they don't make mistakes. And so you can set this up any way you want. But when you go into the specific location, so cooler, you want to put your cooled items in it. So you're going to hit edit. You're going to select. Then you're over here on the left, there's a custom guide button, and you can go find, I have a custom guide already set up in my system, just like anybody would. And I'm going to hit apply, and it's going to bring me up to my custom guide with all my items. So I don't have to search for a bunch of things. I can just scroll through. I can look for items that are in the cooler. On the right-hand side here, I'm going to check them off with a green check. Cooler, 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 I believe. Cannabecs we can throw in the cooler, tomatoes, and then I'm going to hit apply. And then those are in. So now there's categories, so you can really break this down. There's canned and dry, there's frozen. You can throw in all different kinds of categories you want. Then when you go in to do inventory, and remember, this is just a quick look at it. There's a lot more to it. Like we can set up non-distributors. Oh, I don't have anybody in there, so maybe let's just make one real quick. So if I click on the add button, I can put in, let's put in the grocery store. Once you put in the grocery store, you can put in a phone number, the description of the store if you want to get critical. Now, I'm just going to back out of this for a minute. Sorry, vendors. Vendors is where I wanted to go there. So there's the grocery store. If you want to put the grocery store, you can put a description, you can put a phone number of the grocery store. And then you're basically just creating something you can attach to when you go buy a product at the store, so you can enter it into your inventory so that it can be counted, because you got to account for everything. Obviously, the more you buy from Cisco on this program, the easier it is.
Boom.
And then, so now if you're going into the inventory, once you've set something up like this, I'm just going to hop into it here. So you start a new inventory you can use your mobile phone. You can go into your coolers once you have this set up, and you can actually count by whatever you've set up. So categories, locations. So you can click on the location, find the one that you created or that we've set up here. Like, so I'll click on freezer. I believe I've set this one up, and it's got my frozen products in my cooler, in my freezer, and it could be in any order you want it on the shelves. Or so if you can imagine, instead of walking around with a clipboard and writing all this stuff down, adding it at the end of your inventory day and calculating it all, or putting it into an Excel, while you're walking around in your coolers with your mobile app, you can punch in these things while you're doing inventory, and it calculates it all for you. Can I share this Excel? Would it show if I just pop on it? Do you see that?
Nope.
Oh, okay. So I probably have to unshare and then share. Let's see how I can do that here.
What do you think, Chef, so far?
That having it set up would be absolutely significantly easier, and having someone to, like, a system that's you're able to input like that makes it way easier than an Excel spreadsheet.
So I'll just show you if you can see this now. Is that seen?
There you go, Todd.
Okay. So this is just one of the reports at the end of a inventory that it will show you all your products that you counted, and the category and the location, what distributor it is, and what you've got in stock. You can quickly see the stock value that you've got at the time, and you can roll down it and you can say, oh wow, I've got a lot of burgers, or I've got way too much stock of this and that, and it really helps you with stock volume. You can also see this one here is showing you your beginning inventory, what you purchased, your end inventory. So typically you're going to find a number at the end of this. You're going to give that to whoever's kind of calculating your inventory for you in the back office, and hopefully you come out with a great percentage.
Very cool. Very cool. I like, it's amazing because I've met with so many restaurants over the years, and this inventory stuff gets scary. Is there something you would start maybe with, Todd, that you would start towards of doing inventory? Any recommendations how to start this? Like,
count.
Where do you start?
Yeah, well, I mean, personally, the organization of everything, like back in the day when I was doing it in large kitchens, I would go in there into the freezer, let's say, and I'd rip it apart and I'd organize it and I'd make sure it was clean and ready to go, and then I would go do my count. I think it's just it's important to make sure that you're not moving boxes all over the place while you're doing it and lose track of what you counted and where you were. So the organization part of the coolers and freezers and stock shelves are, I think, number one before you even get into it. And then, of course, your custom guide using Cisco Source. If you can create a custom guide based on how you want your inventory to look, it just makes the setup that much more easier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I cannot stress enough the importance of doing it. Like, from a chef standpoint, you need to know what you have in-house, what needs to be moved, that's your whole way, your measurement of figuring out what to use up, if something's going missing, anything like that. So it's super important to do it. And it's always very helpful to have people that will help you, because again, I didn't get into the industry because I wanted to count inventory or do any form of math. which that looks like math to me. So to have someone that can put those pieces into place to help out, then that just makes my job so much easier and gets me to focus on doing the food and looking after staff where I can.
Great points. You know, it's even when you count is important. Like, you know, you want to kind of do it at the end of the month, beginning of the month, and you want to do it the same time every month, or if you're doing it bi-weekly, just to make sure that the accuracy is there and the time span that you're using product is the same one inventory to the next. So you have something you can go against that's similar.
Very cool. Very helpful and very cool. And we help our customers. That's what makes us different.
It's
Oh yeah, Jay, that's what makes it.
There you go. I'm scared what to say. I'm getting text.
Another big one to keep note of is, you know, invoicing and pricing, and you know, this program holds all pricing updates, and it's live, so it works with when you order, and so you don't have to go in and adjust pricing all the time with your invoices. If anything goes up or down, it stays consistent throughout your inventory. It's not something you have to worry about, which is a
super
huge job.
helpful. Yeah. I remember going in before and adjusting, like if I had a case that came in at the beginning of the month and then a case that came in at the end of the month, and the difference in price, and I would have to go in and manually change hundreds and hundreds. I think I had an inventory once with like 700 items on it in 5 locations. And it was like a 4-man, 3-day experience to do all of it, and it was like a daunting amount of inventory. We all had our inventory gear, hats, gloves. I still have an inventory hoodie that I wore for 15 years, and we would go in and then I would have to go back and sit at the computer and adjust all of those. So having those little things done, game changer for.
You know, you'll be surprised at some of the things you find out too. You know, some of the products that you maybe have gone missing. You know, you don't want to ever think that your staff's stealing or anybody's stealing, but you know, it happens, and sometimes that's how you find things out, by doing a consistent inventory, or that they're using too much, or they're over portioning on something that you weren't aware of, and there's some glaring information that's very important.
Well, and having it with the prices being updated, then I get to look at it and go, hey, you know what? The cost of bacon's gone up a couple dollars a case. I really need to adjust my menu item because I'm not hitting that desired cost right now. So
yeah, that's a great point.
Maybe I run something else to offset it, or I adjust what I have to keep within those parameters.
Yeah.
That's important.
Well,
super important.
Maybe you talk to your sales rep about maybe a different item or something that's maybe coming on trend that you can flip over to, and you know, it's really can generate a lot of conversations.
Yeah, absolutely, and generate so much awareness. Like it brings so much awareness to the table, and it puts you in a different category of ownership, especially when you have that kind of information at your fingertips. Absolutely. It changes how you are as a chef and a leader for the in your kitchen, for sure.
Yeah.
Very cool. Awesome stuff, Kim.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, Todd, thanks again for joining us today and really sharing with us this amazing system and program that we offer. I'm glad you brought it up. I love the demo. I think it's so important. I cannot stress how many restaurants still don't do inventory and need to. And I always think it's money. That's all I look at. It's a whole bunch of money sitting there that no one's really paying attention to, right? So,
yeah.
You know, one more thing to throw in there is I did this setup with, you know, several accounts and several people who were very worried about computer knowledge, and you know, a lot of chefs they look after food. They're not necessarily in the back office all the time doing stuff on the computer.
Yeah.
But you know, I've taught some people that never thought they could do it, and they've done it, and they love it. So anyone can do it.
Yeah, I never thought I would nerd out about inventory, but I'm like, oh yeah, like kind of it's bringing me back into that space right now, and I'm really reminded of the value of doing it and all those things I learned as I was doing it. And I'm telling you, like I type with 2 fingers. That's it. So to go away from to commit to spending time at a computer system to do any of that was not something I would have ever volunteered to do, and then had to do it. And I cannot stress enough how valuable it is from an industry standpoint. So thank you, Todd.
Good You're welcome. Glad I could help.
Yeah.
Very cool stuff. So Todd, we'll see you later today, I believe. Is it today or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow we'll have Todd back. It's not like I have the schedule in front of me.
A4.
We have our next guest hanging out in the green room there. The legend, the myth, John. And yeah, he's grinning there. No one sees that. But we're gonna quick break and then we'll have John back in. But thanks again, Todd. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
All the best.
Be safe, everyone.
See ya.
Take care. Pretty cool, like him.
Right, Jay?
I'm getting smack talk on text.
Oh.
And then your jobs. This is just a great day. It's awesome.
So when I had corrected you earlier, I don't know if you heard my joke in correcting you when you said me and so are going to have a food truck, and I said no. So and I, meaning like me personally. I
thought you were just correcting my grammar.
No, I was making a joke saying I'm taking the food truck to go. That's going to be my job. I'm not a grammar corrector because I use things like
Katie.
grammar corrector as a word. Yeah.
There you go, Katie.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey, you guys believe whatever you want. All right.
Well, she corrects me half the, she corrects me mostly every day too. So
yeah,
it's all good. It's all good. So let's break quick commercial and then we'll have in, I like to call him the legend.
Everybody's a legend today.
I know.
You need to give them.
I don't just get chums. I just don't get chums on our show, right?
Right. This is like a loaded deck. This is our
how
loaded
much Sean cost me to bring to this show? God, it was like, I think it was like Elton John or John. And we went with John. So anyways,
perfect.
We're going to break for a quick commercial and we'll be back. Here, we want a quick one or a long one?
A
bathroom break or not?
I could go either way.
All right, here we are. There he is.
Hello,
John,
hello.
welcome.
Hello.
Jay, how
John,
are
you've
you?
been on a
Chef?
lot of shows I've been noticing lately.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. You're all over the internet.
I just did one show, Jay. We got a big show coming up in June. We're going to make sure that we get that to Chef, what are we cooking today? What's on the menu?
That's what I'm here to ask you. And can you get it delivered to London, Ontario, please?
No problem.
Done.
It's gonna come cold.
I don't care. I got a microwave. I might
Okay.
even eat it cold.
So, John, tell the world about Hero Burgers, because this is the coolest business you have, I think, in the industry. I really do.
Well, Jay, thank you very much. So, we can talk a lot about Hero and really, what it's about and how we're performing and all the fun things. But just leading into the business as whole, I think really, and I know the word's being used many years ago was the buzzword called sustainability. So when we started off in the good for you or the all natural beef world, there was really nobody that was doing a program like this. There were trickles of it, but nothing. And we sponsored the Canadian Angus show about 16, 17 years. And I talked to the president of the Canadian Angus Association at that point. I said, where's my rancher that kind of has a little interest in the animal welfare, the land, the future of ranchers and farming, and who's producing something that's, and hooked me up with somebody out in Grand Prairie in Alberta. And that whole sustainable program has gone through as much as we can in our menu to maintain that with our natural cheeses, 100%, Canadian milk, no additives, no byproducts in that. And the same with our beef. There are some products that are not necessarily in that world, but most part of it is that. And when it comes to sustainability, we talk about, this whole virtual world. And Jay, you interviewed me last year when we just, introduced it. And, the basis of that broadcast was really about what is this and what do you mean? And it was really interesting on how 12 months virtual has become the word of the day in all aspects, not necessarily hospitality. But our program is a bit different than anybody else. We've been at it for 3 years. We've opened up our own first virtual kitchen about 2.5 years ago, and it's a study that's gone on for 3 to 4 years. And basically what we've done in this program, Jay, is really part of sustainability, and it's continuing to be part of the forefront of Hero and where we stood for. So 17 years ago, it was the sustainability of beef. Now it's the sustainability of restaurants. So our program is very simple, at no cost. It's $100 a month to use our platform. The platform is a tool that the operator can use to train his staff, and it's a percentage of sales. So it's a licensing deal where we sell our food through Cisco. Cisco's our distributing partner. And through Cisco, a restaurant can sign up with us, buy the food from Cisco, and whenever an order comes in through the aggregates online and pickup, we are introducing a little kiosk in the stores that they can order a Hero Burger from another restaurant. So it's shared space hospitality, and we just bring added value. So incremental sales, and the top two here, no additional labor and no capital investment. So the restaurateur is at ease. It's quite entrepreneurial. The document is not as abrasive as a franchise agreement, and he can really work on developing his area through our catering program, through our school lunch program, and being the burger distributor on the street for that area that we would like to target. And we're really focused on this, and we're committed to growing this. So it's all about sustainability at Hero, from the food, the source of the food, right to 2020, 21, actually prior to that, 2018, where we're working on making restaurants sustainable as far as an operation. And so nothing more important than this time in our life in hospitality that this, I believe, is needed. And that's the long and short of it, Jay. That's all in one nutshell. Chef, everything okay?
Yeah. Okay, hang on. Go. Okay, so explain just because I was still in Grand Prairie thinking about the beef. So come back to me and tell me how this gets implemented. Walk me through this.
So you're a restaurant.
Yep.
You say I'd like to sign up to have virtual Hero VK in my restaurant.
Okay.
So you sign up, we get all that documents, legal stuff done in. You'd order your food from Cisco.
Yeah.
Which is our food, our packaging, our sauces, our beef, our chicken, our French fries, all the stuff that's proprietary to us. It's in your kitchen, either frozen, fresh, or dry.
Yeah.
And whenever an order comes in through the aggregates and walk-in, so we do promote your restaurant as a partner. So if someone's walking the street and they want a Hero Burger, they can pop into the, the chicken guys on Bloor. They can pop into Annie's Kitchen in Waterloo. They can pop into Ottawa. We have 7 in Ottawa. Quebec, we've just opened up another 3. And they can walk in and pick up their food online delivery or through the aggregates.
Cool.
So no extra labor.
Cool, eh?
No extra labor,
So
no capital
cool.
expenditure. And we have what we're finding is that, we're really adding to their business, absolutely.
Yeah.
But they're restaurateurs. They know how to cook. We're not telling them how to cook.
Yeah.
We have an online programming that digitally trains them on how to prepare our food, and the Government Seal of Health Safety, and we guide that right through their whole training process. So by the time you get your Uber tablets, you can be up and running within 24 to 48 hours.
That is very cool. We learned in the past 2 days that the burger world is not going anywhere, and it has been soaring. So to be able to have an established name like the Hero brand to piggyback on whatever it is you are doing, that's a win-win situation as far as I look at it.
Right, and we've segmented the menu into 5 sections. So if you're just interested in doing a fried chicken program, you can do Hero certified chicken. If you want to do a fish and chip, or you want to do pizza, we're testing downstairs. It's out in the market. It's doing very well. It's just in our head office VK test kitchen, and we'll do 90 days to 120 days, and then we'll explore that out. So you can do burgers, plant-based, chicken, seafood. And when we're ready to launch pizza, you can have a pizza in the restaurant.
Very cool. So that's bigger than I thought. Okay.
Yeah, it's a la carte. So most of them are taking, burgers and plant, because they already do pizzas or they already do fried chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, John, do you help with the marketing on it? Like the whole idea behind the market? Such a great brand. One of my favorite.
Well, we have a branding guy that we don't let anything go out the door without him looking at it, and we have a team of marketing people that just go out, and we're really geo-targeting the area. So when you open up a VK, we'll blow it up in that area for a good 2 or 3 weeks, and we take it that way. But
cool.
We got my pulse on everything over here, Jay.
Yeah.
I was going to say nothing goes past John. Like nothing.
Well, we're just a regional brand as a small business, or we're at 42 locations. Probably by the end of March, we'll be at, 17 VK. So we're out to continue to grow that.
And dominating Canada.
Yeah.
John's going to go across Canada and dominate every part of Canada.
Well, and this is such
See him smile? He just grinned.
That's such a cool concept, and makes it for even people that want to tiptoe into this. Oh, look, the dogs are going wild now. For people that
She's a blind dog, John.
Well, they're not barking; they're growling. I think you got a scrap going on in the house.
that is, why there's a squirrel. I'm gonna yell.
Let him out.
It makes it, even for someone that just wanted to slowly work their way into something, this makes it easy for them to as an add-on. So if there's someone who's like started off doing a small setup for a grocery store, then all of a sudden they have the space to do something like this. This is like you take all the thinking out of it for someone, and it's just that added bonus. Like it's genius, John.
Well, what we looked at when we did this. We did a study, Chef. We did a study about three and a half, 4 years ago, because I just really was finding it with all the technology that was available, there was just another way that I could scale the business either internationally or globally. So I went to Rotman and I went to the Robert Lang School, and part of the cohort MBA program, one of their projects was this VK. And with all the studying that we did, because there were the ghost kitchens around, there's the iCloud, there's a lot of, in the States it was existing for a fair bit. And we just felt that we knew that the market was going to jump on that world. And when really, what do we have? We just have we have a brand, and we have the drive and the bite to make change. And typically I've always been the one that's kind of initiated certain things out of the box. And I said, this is, and the study showed us that small independent businesses were losing about 8%, about 10% over a 5-year period of time. So in a term of the guy's lease, if he's a small independent, because technology's gotten really sophisticated, so the big guys know how to steal that market. Their analytics and their data and their information is at their fingertip. They pay for it, they got it, and they're out to steal everybody's business. Doesn't matter what size they are. So the independents were losing, and we just felt, well, this is a great sustainable program. It's part of where our head is at Hero. And it gives them an opportunity with literally 17, 18 orders a day. We can increase their business well over $150,000, and they take themselves home about 35%. The aggregates take everything. So let's not worry about the third. Let's worry about how you can top up, because you're already paying the rent. You're already paying the staff. You're already paying the utilities. Everything is already there. You're struggling to get those gross sales up. So if we were to go to a store that does $1 million, or a restaurant does $1 million, or a caterer does $1 million, if we can add 150, that's a 15% increase. In a normalized world, if we were to see 2, 3, 4%, 1%, we or stay neutral. That was the conversation 2 years before COVID. Well, we haven't grown our sales. Well, that's a positive.
Well, and I'm thinking about this great Italian place that's down the road, and he is like this diehard Italian guy, loves his Italian restaurant, as a small seated place and a great patio and a really great location for pickup and delivery, but he doesn't get a lot of business in it. For him to add something like this in, you could be doing burgers out the back door and your gnocchi out the front, and he's doubling everything. That is
as long as he's got the infrastructure.
Yeah.
That's a matter of just going online, signing up, and we'll get back to you in no time.
Very cool. Very cool. God, I love the things that we are coming up with as an industry. I think it is so cool that we are not staying inside a box at all.
Well, it's going to really be one day when we're going to say, I can't believe we did what we did.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're getting there now, John. I think that's happening more and more right now, as we're hearing these amazing ideas come through. And I always think, minus the deaths and unfortunately what's happened with the COVID crisis, but it is bringing silver lining stories galore to our industry.
Yeah.
Just amazing things that were being in a way forced, but also in a way just really allowing for being creative and innovative, and it's just contagious in a way now. You see these ideas and everyone's open to it. It's just, I love it. Because I'll tell you, a year ago, and I have to say this also, John, I forgot to mention this earlier. A year ago today, I actually interviewed John at the Restaurants Canada show. It was today. So a year ago. Wow, eh?
and you were like, how does this work? I don't get it. What's this virtual? What's this? Right?
It was a year ago today. I was chatting with John at the Restaurants Canada show in a fishbowl.
That way now about all the things like in London, virtual kitchens still aren't a big thing. Ghost kitchens, certainly not. Even after all the things I've learned in the past 3 days have completely catapulted the way I was looking at the industry before and how I will move forward and communicate that to others. And I hope if anybody was sitting on the fence about, maybe I'm going to stay stuck. Maybe I'm going to move forward. Like after listening to this for a couple of days, like there's so much opportunity to move forward into something and recreate and reinvent, and all of this, the structure and all the tools are put right in front of you for it.
And you know, the tools were always there.
Yeah.
It's really, it's human behavior that's adapted to it in a big way.
Yeah.
That's so true, John. And it is something that, like, so if you could label yourself, you're an innovator, right? You're definitely an innovator.
Well, you know, I gotta feed the kids, right? And when you look at what's going on, I knew right away that this is not a 6-week fix. This COVID. You know, I'm not a conspirator, and I don't want to get into that conversation. But you know, what it's done to the industry, it's to a certain degree, you know, Chef, to what you said, it's kind of phenomenal, because we're going to get into we're becoming better operators.
Yeah.
As long as we keep it open, people are going to still want to eat. It's how do we deliver it to them? And you know, I'm getting older, right? I don't know if I want to do any bricks and mortars and run around. Whereas, you know, look at Jay. Jay's talked to probably the world in the past 12 months, and he's sitting in the same seat. Like he hasn't flown anywhere.
I went
He
from the
hasn't gone
garage to the basement.
right. Okay.
Well,
that's
and that's,
you know, but when you think about it, the magnitude and the scope of what, you know, he's been able to broadcast and do and educate the industry with just really, you know, his screen and his seat. Really, it's just unbelievable, right?
Well, we reached 7,000 people yesterday. Like that's unheard of. You know,
right?
You think about the old days, just really how much energy and money would have went into events to also see 7,000 people. You just wouldn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Today we're doing it from the ease of our studios.
All right. Well, so if you look at the carbon footprint on the environment and what it takes to get a physical place going, and looking at it now, there's all kinds of aspects that are really beneficial to it now.
And it almost feels like this is an opportunity for us to change the culture of the industry and almost to take control of it back, because we're not at the mercy of all fighting for the same dollar. We can come up with different concepts to shift where that dollar's coming from and what that might look like. And then for us as individuals, we're not going in, setting up the same line and only stuck to a restaurant style space. Like this gives us an opportunity to, like for the next 6 hours, you're doing burgers and pumping that out, or you're doing chicken fingers, and that's what that looks like. So we've made ourselves more accessible to more people, and we've also made life more accessible to ourselves, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. 100%.
Very cool.
But that's Jay in a nutshell what we're doing, and we're gonna take it away. So we're gonna spend some time together in June. I heard, rumor has it, and I'm sure you'll make an announcement about that later. But we'll be having some interesting stuff that we're gonna be doing in the month of June.
So John, I gotta ask you a question here, because I love the brand. I'm a big marketing guy, right? So I love the brand. Where did you come up with the brand Hero?
So when I started after the cafes, and I was looking into, you know, what's kind of the next trend, I just went south of the border and really saw what was going on in the U.S. And, you know, there was this resurgence of burgers. Everybody was, you know, it's a great sandwich. It's versatile. It can challenge your palate. Goes great with a soda and fries. So the side is great complementary to that. And I was going to call it burgers and fries. And on the bottom, I was going to put a hero, a menu for the heroes, which was the kids menu. Mm-hmm. And for some crazy reason, I don't know why, it was maybe a week later, there was a Canadian hero who died in Afghanistan. And I'm like, wow, it's crazy. And then something happened. I think I was looking at a magazine, and it was a football hero. And then there was a hero. All of a sudden I started seeing his name come. It's like that, you know, it's like the red Volvo you bought. No one bought it in red. And as soon as you bought it, everyone's got one, right? So it's that same type of thing. I was just seeing this name hero. And I said, let's just certify this and take it to, you know, an area of, the whole no hormones and not raised without any hormones or antibiotics, and fully traceable, and where the food is coming from, and animal welfare, and the land and the ranchers. It was all kind of one big parcel, because once you are raising animal in this type of environment, it has other effects, just not on the final product, but in the whole ecosystem of the ranch. And that's how the name just kind of, I went to, I think it was one of the beef guys I talked to. I said, look, are you interested in doing this? And I said, you know what, I'll certify it myself. And then the name certified, because Hero Jams, the baby food and the jams from Switzerland.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I couldn't use the name just Hero. So I said, okay, we'll certify it with burger, and we'll put just burgers on there. And that's how it kind of evolved.
I love that story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't that cool?
That's how
it is so true.
that's, yeah.
When you look at something like that and a hero kept popping up.
And it's a great name. It's powerful.
Great.
It's international. It's not arrogant. It can go from an action hero to, almost the good, the bad, and the ugly, or the sad, right? People that have left us are heroes. The grandfather tying his grandson's shoes is a hero. So it really resonates well.
Yeah.
That's why everybody's using it now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, innovators lead, John. Innovators lead.
What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? Very, very cool. Well, John, as we wrap up here, I just can't thank you enough. First of all, the things that you bring to the industry. You also bring a lot of hope and a lot of vision. And I love leaders like that in our industry, because there's not too many of you. I hate to tell everyone. There's not too many people that take risks and do stuff like that. And I totally salute you, and it's just awesome to know you and all the great stuff that you do, not only with Cisco, but myself and what we're planning. It's going to be pretty cool. I'm very excited.
Yeah.
We're going to rock the world.
You've been a big supporter, and I really appreciate it. And it's always a risk. And when you start doing your calculations and the risk gets lower, it's just a matter of your stomach.
I agree. Awesome. Well, John,
thinking of like 10 places I need to send this information to in London.
Chef, right away. We have a store in London. We go to London every week. We deliver food. So we're there, and we can tap
perfect
customers. If not, they will be.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. I love it. Love it.
Chef Kim,
all the best,
you very much.
John.
My pleasure.
We'll talk to you on Thursday.
You bet, buddy. Take care.
Very good.
Awesome.
Cheers.
Isn't that cool?
It's so cool. So cool, because I'm thinking about those people who I know are struggling right now. Those fine dining restaurants, those restaurants that live for every penny going to their diners that are coming in, and what this would mean to be able to set that up, just going out the back half of things. You have the kitchen. And if you can only put 10 people or however many inside right now, this still keeps you in the game. Yeah, I love it. Very cool.
He's just a cool guy too.
Yes.
He's just cool, period. It doesn't get better than John.
I like it.
But we're going to break for a commercial, quick one.
Yep.
And then we're going to we've just labeled him the Canada's beef guy. I like legend Dean, but I see Dean in the green room there. He's hanging out. But anyways, a couple just little housekeeping here. Send us comments and questions, and if you want to stump Dean, try on anything beef, he'll get you. And good luck. But we do have comments live. We are live literally all over the internet on every food channel there is. I think on the internet we're live right now. But we definitely want to see your comments or questions, or ask us anything. We'd love it. We love it. And it also tells us that you're engaged and enjoying today's show. So please do that. But thanks again to John, and what he was doing there was just amazing. I don't know how many more we have ahead of us, Kim, but we do have a lot of great content still.
Right.
We've got tea here. We got Canada Beef coming back, and we're going to not only this is like beef day, but we got Canada Beef coming back, and we're going to they're going to squish or squash. We'll say squash. Do you have a squash in Europe?
No, that's the one thing I don't have yet.
Is
And
that the one?
yeah, that's squash will work its way there. Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to squash the beef myths that are out there with Michelle. Then we have Ben coming on with the Cisco difference. I think he's going to talk a little bit more around marketing and menus and all that good stuff that we do that makes us different. And then
Cool.
we're going to wrap up the day with you guys all beating on me from the Culinary Federation.
Oh,
and
yeah.
all the great stuff there. So, and then we'll probably have Katie correct my language and my grammar here soon. But what a great day so far, and it's just been outstanding and a lot of fun with everyone. And I
Yeah.
hope you're learning lots, Kim.
This has honestly been like the greatest 3 days of just learning and information and excitement. It's so excited to get excited about the industry again. Like it's so to hear what these groups of people are doing and how inspired everyone is. It's almost adds a new fuel like that you would get if you were at the show right now walking around. So I'm eating way less but still getting all of the inspiration, which is equally as exciting.
We got to work on that food thing. But you're absolutely right. And I was thinking about that last night, is just sitting in there. And then I had, I forgot the song that came on the radio this morning when I woke up, but it was something about just keep going and keep moving forward, get back up and stuff like that. It was Tom Cochran. That's what it was. Get back up again. Song came on. And I was like, my God, that's our industry that we're in right now. Everyone is got back up, or they're getting back up, and they're moving forward. And that's what we're doing in this industry. That's why I love this industry. And I'm so proud to have it as a career, is being a part of all these amazing people and to meet chefs like we did today with Ole Mill and that crew, to Todd and his inventory, to John. It's just been amazing. And Val and the team in Houston that will help people out and done 12,000 plus menus. Like, that's insane cool. So what a cool industry.
I was going to say, don't downplay the fact that you guys as a company have made that accessible to everyone right now. You've made these conversations, you're putting it out there for the industry to get excited about. And that as a platform is huge. So
yeah, it really is.
Someone in it, like, thank you. Thank you for going above and beyond to keep the rest of us excited versus just going through the motions, as so many people are right now, to be able to rethink concepts and get it. Like, I've never got excited about inventory before, and I was excited about inventory. So it's like, it's exciting to have those conversations with people that we would be having if we're all face to face right now, but just learning what people are doing and how they're doing it. God, like from the guys yesterday to Scout Canning and to Burger, like, what a loaded deck we have as far as an industry of people. Such cool people.
It really is. And, as we move forward, we got a stacked day tomorrow with Canada Beef coming back on with Dwayne. Dwayne's going to come visit again, Todd. And then we have a little surprise with Bocuse Canada, or Team Canada, as they call it, is tomorrow. We have all these chefs coming, all these people from Bocuse coming, and they're going to give little tips and tricks of what they're doing to survive and move forward. And then we have my favorite brother is Chef Kepi from Maple Leafs, going to drop by. Sherry Keyser, I also call her the Keyser. She's like one of the smartest people we know. She's going to be by Cisco Difference. She'll blow your mind. Joyce is going to come by for Canada Beef again to finish off their week. We have Ben coming back one more time, and then Michael Adet, our marketing expert, is going to share food photography tips. And
awesome.
That'll be it. And that's crazy. And it's going to be amazing. So thank you again, Kim. Also, you've been an absolute rock star through this whole journey. It's been amazing to spend time with you. I don't know what color chef jacket you have for tomorrow, but I'm sure it'll blow our mind.
Maybe I'll show up in a foodie shirt if someone gets it.
Hey. Hopefully we've sent you some, but anyways, it's just been outstanding. So thank you again for spending this whole 4 days with us, and it's just been outstanding. And you're going to be launching a show. We're working on the name.
For
our SVK channel soon, and it's going to be so exciting to have you be a part of that. And we're going to continue moving forward and sharing the difference of what makes this company such a great company to partner with. not just to buy food from, but to partner with. And I think I got that a lot from the differences conversations we had today, yesterday, and the day before. Is that we totally do partner with our customers. It's not just we say it, we actually do it. And I think seeing today, like what company helps a company do inventory, right? Like there's nothing out like there. There's no one that does this. It's amazing. So anyways, we're going to break to a quick commercial.
Okay.
Then we're going to bring the unofficial titled Canada's beef guy in, Dean. He's hanging out there. Are you in Saskatoon, Dean? I think he's in Saskatoon. Yeah, he's in the motherland of mine. And we're going to break to a quick little Weston Foods Ace Bakery commercial. I got a new commercial, Kim.
Nice. Ooh, that's exciting.
So here we go. Hold tight. Here we go. Dean, we'll see you in a second. That was like the world's quickest commercial. Dean, welcome to your show. Welcome to our show, your show, our show.
It's
Kim.
awesome to be here. Good to see you again, Jay. Nice to meet you, Kim.
Yeah. Oh, Kim's on mute. I muted you, Kim. I'll unmute you. There you go. Oh, you got to unmute yourself.
You totally is that where we're at in our relationship now, Jay? You're muting me? What the heck?
We just mute each other now. That's how it's going to go. Anyways, this is Dean McCoon. He is the I know we've been using this word a little too much today, but he has been around since they invented beef.
So if you're the beef guy, what was Dwayne? Like, is Dwayne going to be upset? Have you taken his title?
I don't know. He just commented. Did I call Dwayne the beef guy too?
I thought so.
Well, you know what? This morning I was working on bone-in chicken thighs. So you know what? I'll capitulate and I will give that title back to Dwayne, and maybe I can be the beef, chicken, and pork.
Beef and chicken guy? Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Here you go. Well, Dean, so there you go. I got Dwayne. I'm looking at his comment up on LinkedIn. Anyways, welcome, Dean. You're amazing, first of all. Thank you again for spending the time today with us. You've got some information, but I want you to share with us what you're going to chat about here quick today.
Yeah, it's really the Cisco difference is what I'm going to talk about today, or what I'd like to speak to a little about, and how that applies to my job. CGS is the acronym. That's my role, Category Growth Specialist, and it's specific to another acronym, which is COP. So center of the plate, Category Growth Specialist for Cisco Prairies region. As you said, Jay, I've been here for a long, long time. When I was on your show last time, since about the beginning of time, we'll finish my 36th year in June and start my 37th. And I've seen a lot of changes, as a lot of us have, but I see some things that still remain different with what we try to do as a company as we march ahead. And those are some of the things that I'd like to talk about today, things that we think differentiate us from others in the industry.
Cool. And we're teaching Kim at the same time about all this.
Yeah.
She's drinking Kool-Aid. She's drinking our Kool-Aid big time.
Yeah.
Yes. So if you can indulge me, Jay, I like talking and illustrating things through stories. So I'm going to take everybody back all the way to 1994. I'm in Western Saskatchewan, close to the Alberta border in Kindersley. I've been calling on a customer, developing the relationship, but he was pretty content at that time with his existing supplier. The incumbent supplier had the business, but over a period of time, I would call on Joe. And one day he said, you know what, I'm going to give you a shot. You've got some items I understand that I need that my incumbent supplier does not have. And I said, fabulous, I'll come by. At the time, we had a minimum order in place. And so I went and sat down with him, and he says, I don't want a lot. I just want to give you a try. This is like a trial basis. I want to try a couple items. I want to see if your truck gets here in time, what your deliveries are like, what the invoice looks like, a lot of different things I need to peruse before we go forward. I said, totally fair. So I went and took the order. We had about a $350 minimum order in place at that time. And we worked on it, and he worked and he tried. And I said, Joe, can you get me to $350 on this order? And he said, a couple of these. We got to about $280. And he says, I really don't need anything else. And I thought, I'll get this minimum order waived. We're working together. I appreciate you giving me a shot. And he goes, hold on. Don't you stock strip loins now? And I says, as a matter of fact, we did. We had just gone through an M&A, a merger and an acquisition. And we had a competitor become part of our company. And with that, we had our very first category growth specialist specific to COP. And Wayne had started to tell us sales reps about things like strip loins, whole primal strip loins, that up until then, we really didn't distribute. So I said, yeah, Joe, I think we do have. Wayne's given me a list. Let me go through. And I found some AA strip loins, and he says, what's your price? And I said, well, our price is whatever it was at the time. He says, that's a good price. Give me a case. And my order went from $280 to $580 with one case added. And I never really looked back, but it's that epiphany light bulb moment that really stuck with me and said, wow, category growth specialists. And so this really brings us to the first point that we talk about today. A center of the plate category growth specialist helped me find that sweet spot, the intersection of a win for myself as a salesperson, for our company, but most importantly, for our customer. So this is something that I didn't have the support on as a rep prior to. And that was my first experience, Jay and Kim, with a category growth specialist. So the difference from 1994 to now is one that I think is really worth pausing and talking about. What we have here on Prairies Region, and other sites across Canada have with Cisco, is departments filled with specialists, filled with different roles. My department alone for Cisco Prairies Region actually has 10 different people in it, from our supervisor, Greg, to my counterpart in Manitoba for COP, Rick, to a produce specialist who was on your show earlier this week. We have a non-food specialist, and we have, of course, our culinary team. Our culinary team can take the items that we talk about and make them really special, things that I don't have the ability to do other than eating it. And then we have the means to market that effectively, and especially post-pandemic or mid-pandemic, to different buckets of business that we never would have thought about before. So having a team that can focus on certain categories, get really good at them, and then having culinary that can support it and help our customers market, to me, is really something that makes us different. At least from anything that I see in the areas that I work in, I don't see that level of support anywhere else. So it's great to be a part of that. That's the first thing that I wanted to illustrate today, folks.
It's like a full buffet, Dean.
It's like a full buffet is really what it is. Yeah. So it's pick and choose. How can we help? And that's one of the differences that I've recognized. And being here, Jay, since the beginning of time, we've seen the evolution of that from one specialist to a department of 10 for our region.
Yeah, you have been here forever. And know so much. You've probably seen so many things over years.
Really
flip
have.
a slide? You tell me when to flip slides. You just say.
Sure, we can go to the next one too, and we can talk about that. So this is really the slide that kind of brings together everything. And other than just being a slide, if you look at the blue box, these are things with that department of 10 people that we can really execute on. The personalized service, the product assortment. If we didn't have the specialists in place, could we really drill down? Could we go hunting and searching for these solutions? And we'll talk about that on the next slide. Solutions that resonate and really can benefit our customers. It can never just be one way, right? It can never be us just going in and saying, this is great, you ought to do this, this is really good. We really need to learn and understand and talk to our customers and look what it is, determine what it is that they need to meet the expectations of their clients. And then we can look at our assortment, really analyze it, strategize, and come then with solutions. And of course, that meets in culinary trends. And I've already talked about it. It's so nice at this stage of our career, after being here for so long, to have that marketing expertise to help beat the drum and get the message of these great new items in tandem with our customers, to get this out to the general public and get the message out that there's something really good. And if it works well and our customer buys 2 cases from us next week, again, we've got that sweet spot, the partnership of a win for both. So if you go over to the left of this slide, you can see in the industry, we do have the specialists. We talked about that. But again, it encompasses our culinary, our chefs. We've got the product specialists, non-foods, produce, 2 of us in COP. And these are things where we can really hope to have an impact, a positive impact on both the back of the house and on the front of the house as well. So that kind of is the first point, the depth of how we are deeper and wider than I've ever seen before to be able to come alongside our customers to be successful in tandem with them.
Very cool.
To the next slides, thoughts, comments, or questions that either of you have?
Not yet. I'm just soaking it all in.
Sounds
you know, the
good.
comment I want to just mention here, Dean, is that, you know, Kim's learning as we go through these 3 days, and tomorrow she'll learn more on what makes us different. But it's one thing I notice, and as we have different people from Cisco on our show, is that we're sure proud to tell everyone how that we have all these resources. We're so proud of it. And it's pretty cool to be able to say, you know, this is what I do, but look at all these other things that we do. It's not just we're all in this, and we show all these different support tools and resources that are out there. And I'm just so excited and happy to see that. And to hear what you're talking about our chefs, and you're talking about, you know, the Gregs of the world that we have across Canada, and all these amazing resources that we have for our customers. And we're very proud of that. And it speaks volumes of a great company that we actually work for. And it's not like we're going to pitch Cisco all day and today, but it's really, you can see it from what we offer in our people like yourself, Dean.
Yeah, that's a good point, and it's a real privilege to be a part of it. And it segues beautifully into this slide. And this is our company's vision. And our vision is to be our customers' most valued and trusted business partner. And I can tell you, with many years, decades in the industry, actually, this is really what is the most gratifying part of the job. And I can say from the heart, and it might sound a little bit corny, but when I meet a customer, I don't want to put a single case, I don't want to be involved in a single box of COP or anything else going to the back door and into the kitchen of that customer unless it can benefit that customer and help them achieve their goals. So what does this really look like? What does our vision to be our customers' most valued and trusted business partner look like? This is what I see, and this is another difference that I see with our company that maybe isn't there throughout the industry. You could separate really our vision and our objectives. Our business objectives, of course, are very, very important. Our strategic business objectives are what make us a successful company. But I see a mindset within our company that we don't lead with that. We don't go and visit customers on the first time or maybe the 200th time with our strategic business objectives in mind. There's a mindset where if we're really good at being good at our vision and helping our customers succeed, and we focus more on that, it's arguable, but it's true that will actually help us achieve point 2. So that has to come first. And what does that look like? I'll often sit down and meet a customer for the first time, and I've seen others in our company do it as well. And they'll admit, I don't know if I've got anything that I can offer your business. It's more important to me today to understand what's important to you and what's important to your business. From there, we ask a lot of questions, and then we can determine that there's a number of things that this particular customer would like. We can huddle up and strategize and see what we can bring the solution to that. So I've seen that happen over and over and over again. Some of the best examples, you know, from your last guest coming through the pandemic was pop-up groceries. I know Kevin was on earlier the week and talked about this, but some that are really close to the heart are how we pivoted, and that's such a strongly used word in the midst of the pandemic, but how we pivoted in the midst of all of it to create products that we never even had thought about before, to meet communities that needed 1,300 cases of food hampers. And being able to find out this is a really, really strong need right now. And it goes beyond so many things, maybe even transcends business, to just a great feeling of getting back to our vision and being a valued and trusted business partner. So those are some good examples, I think. We came up with an as-is strip line that was necessary in the midst of the pandemic for our pop-ups. We had customers come to us and tell us, the grocery stores are incredibly busy. We like this idea of pop-up, but we need a more competitive strip loin. And to be honest with you, it could have a little bit more trim on it. So we developed an as-is strip loin that was more cost effective, but it was still very acceptable by our customers, and we ended up selling. It was extremely successful for everybody from ourselves to our customers to the end users. So these are the types of things. This is the difference. I think first things first, if we focus on our vision, we always end up meeting our goals.
Absolutely. I think I have been doing a lot of reading about leadership, and I'm always so drawn to leadership. And I think that's one of the things that I've heard from everyone so far is that like the true definition of a leader is it's their job to make everyone else look good, and it's their job to allow everyone else to give everyone else the support that makes them look good. And I really feel like that is how Cisco moves. Is, you know what? By you looking good, it's just like we're the like the supporting actors in all of it. We want you to be successful and really put your best foot forward and really be all you can be in your business. And we're just going to stand here and we'll hold you up when we need to hold you up, and we'll hold your hand or cheer you on, whatever you need. We'll be there right beside you. And you can really feel that difference to everyone in this. It doesn't nobody feels like they're working. Like it doesn't come across like anybody's that it's a job to anyone. It's really a lifestyle, and fulfilling that role of helping and supporting is really coming through, which is huge.
Wow, that's so well put, Chef. And I mean, it almost is higher than just a job. It's a purpose, right? And so talking about in the midst of the pandemic, I've had some of the greatest challenges of my career of the 36 plus years in the last 12 months, but there's no question it's been the most rewarding. It's been the most rewarding. And the greatest rewards come in what you just described, and that's a partnership between a company. It has to be that intersection. The win for both parties.
Yeah, knowing that is there to support the people that are doing or in the trenches doing it. And I don't think that is encouraged or promoted enough amongst the industry, is that, hey, you know what, like we got your back, don't worry about it. And I think as chefs, we really need to celebrate having that support a lot more and give credit to that support that we do have. Because again, we could not do it all on our own. We get put on these great pedestals as chefs, but there's a whole lot of people, like I was saying yesterday, if you imagine it, like I know when Disney does things in their kind of business model, there's the front house actors and then there's the supporting actors in the back. So the chefs always get to be the front of house and we get all the glory and we get all the accolades for everything. But there is a ton of people in the back of house that are making all of these things happen. And it really should be celebrated a lot more on behalf of us. So.
Yeah, great points. And it really is. It truly defines partnership, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. So next slide up. This is one area that we could talk about Cisco brand. I could talk about Cisco brand for a long, long time, but I had to really think about within the last 12 months and the circumstances we've been in, what has been one of the top 2 or 3 things. I could talk about Butcher Block, our beef program. I absolutely love it. I could talk about our seafood program with Portico, but I chose to talk about SSMG, and that's another acronym, and that stands for Cisco Specialty Meat Group. So SSMG, we have 5 different companies in Alberta, Quebec, British Columbia, and Toronto that we as regions or as sites deal with. And the one that we deal with most in Prairies is Cisco Fine Meats of Toronto, also known as Derma. And what's different about Derma that really allows us to fulfill the partnership that we were just talking about are a number of different things. This is an 85,000 state-of-the-art square foot facility in Vaughan, Ontario. Of course, it's federally inspected, HACCP accredited, SQF level 3 facility. So there's a little difference between a level 3 and a level 1 and 2 facility. It's really raising the bar to another level. SQF level 3 is not only food safety, which of course is paramount, but it's also quality. These are monitored. So Devin, our rep from Derma, says it's like having HACCP on steroids. So we are, Derma is SQF level 3 facility. Working now on bringing more and more halal certified product outs, and we're capable of portioning all types of meats and proteins. So the capabilities, if you could take us to the next slide, Jay, I'll speak a little bit about what we can do there as well. So this gets back to that idea, and it's two-way dialogue. We meet and have strategy sessions at the beginning of each week with Derma. There's Tim, our product procurement, so Rick and myself, and it's two-way dialogue. So it's not just Derma saying, hey, we got these great items. You should go back and you should buy those and take those to your customers in the prairies. Oftentimes, there's merit to that. But getting back to what we just talked about with our vision, understanding our customers, we've also got this great asset as a region to go back to Cisco Fine Meats of Toronto, Derma, and say, sure, you've got some great ideas, but here's what our customers are telling us. So again, the example in the midst of the pandemic, for them to be able to turn on a dime and be athletic enough and make us thousands and thousands and thousands of 4 different protein boxes. So it was a COP box A, B, C, and D. I think the idea came up with the region near Peterborough, but we were able to capitalize on that and meet a need in the midst of the pandemic that was huge. We already talked about the as-is strip line, but we get the information coming back from our salespeople, from myself being on the street, from all of the resources we have, and we can go back to this resource, this particular meat cutting company that is part of the Cisco. And as you can see, this screen are all over the map. We can do trimming, portioning, slicing, pickling, breading, stuffing, marinating, fresh grinds. Our patty is awesome, but we can actually say, please build this for us. And so it's been really gratifying working that way as well. And it helps us to go through the points we've already talked about, being deep and wide with our customers and becoming our customers' most valued and trusted business partner, because the dialogue's not just one way. It can be us saying, hey, Cisco Fine Meats of Toronto, we need this. Produce it for us, please. And this is the price we need to make it effective. So very gratifying, very fulfilling to be able to do that with these companies. And I think it's a really big difference that we enjoy. It's a privilege for us as salespeople, for Cisco, to be able to capitalize on our specialty meat companies, the 5 of them, and Derma is the one that we deal with primarily, but I know that the other regions enjoy the same relationship.
That's awesome. And so helpful to be on this side of it, to be able to customize those things, because with labor where it is and maybe not necessarily having a skilled group in the kitchen. Like I'll use mine for an example. The place I was at before, I hired like 70, 14, 15, and 16-year-olds. All their first jobs, we got their food handlers for them because I didn't need a whole bunch of chefs. I needed people that could do prep. I needed people that could fill the orders. I needed people that I could tell them what to do, but I needed the bodies that wanted to do it, and I needed them to want to be at work. So if I was able to order in all of those steaks and just have one of my kids, of course I call them, one of the kids be able to sear it or portion it up or tray it up, and it was already cut to exactly the spec I needed, well, that just saved a whole lot of headaches. That allowed me as the chef to be in a different location or doing something else that I needed. And it makes it a whole lot easier for us.
Yeah. No, and we often say a box of portion steak's not going to call in sick, right?
Right.
Yeah. So we can look at it that way. And you know what? There's kitchens that don't necessarily need that. So we can sell you flour and sugar and oil and vanilla, and you can bake the cake, or we can sell you the cake too. So to have the product like that, is something that's really nice to be able to do. But yes, that whole idea of so many kitchens are faced with that high labor, but low skill. So battles, and when there's an opportunity, there's things there that can help as well.
Yeah, perfect.
Mm-hmm. So that's really, Jay and Kim, what I was going to touch on today. I don't know if there's any questions, but it's some of the things after all the years in the industry that I see. And there's others, but these are some that I really thought were noteworthy as far as how I see ourselves differentiating. Something that I feel is a privilege for me as a salesperson, being able to work for Cisco as opposed to maybe some of the other offerings that are currently available in our industry.
Hey, Dean, could you do us a little favor? Because we got Michelle coming up here from Canada Beef, and we're going to stomp some myths, I believe, today on beef with her, which I'm like so excited about, because there's a few. But I wouldn't mind your perspective, because you are the beef guy of Canada. What are we looking at this spring and summer when it comes to beef? It's a loaded question, but I know you can handle it.
Yeah, there's folks that spend so much more time and are so much better at that speculates on what the future looks like, Jay. What I can tell you is right now we're seeing middle cuts higher than they typically are for us to procure. So we're off, it's just barely March. And as we're heading into grilling season, those prices look very, very expensive. What will happen in the weeks ahead is so difficult to tell. And we do our best to avoid those big increases. And there's a lot of things we do to do that by buying in advance and aging and freezing down to avoid those big prices. As far as forecasting though, boy, pretty tough to say. We've seen things in the midst of COVID, or I've seen things change in 48 hours and that complete 180 in that period of time. So at the moment, higher than what we would normally be, but we're hoping to see some relief on that in different areas going forward.
That's awesome. You always got to ask the beef guy questions. I always get to.
Yeah, by all means.
It's awesome. Well, Dean, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for sharing with us so many things that makes us different. And we're very, very happy that you're able to join today.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate the time, and it's been great to be here. And until next time, great to see you again.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Take care.
So I might be getting into leg cramp, just so you know.
I'm slowly going through shadows.
Okay. I might have to stand here soon for the next one, but I think I'm getting a leg cramp. So
you know why that is? I'm going to tell you. You need to have some vitamins and drink some water. Leg cramps are usually dehydration and magnesium low. So are you drinking water? Come on, Jay.
I'm not drinking a lot of water. I'll be honest.
You're only on coffee here.
I'm not going to be one of those people like, I drink water and all this stuff. I don't drink a lot of water, but I will. But I am taking my vitamins. I am taking a whole bunch of stuff, tons of stuff.
Well, then drink water. It's the cheapest vitamin.
The
least expensive. Sorry, I don't call things cheap
I will drink this bubbly.
Oh, Jay.
Bubbly by Pepsi.
Yeah.
So,
anyways. Was that your attempt to being an influencer? You're going to be the bubbly influencer.
There's me being 16 or whatever, 18.
What flavor is that?
This is pineapple. It's brand new. It is brilliant. It's so good.
Delicious.
Anyway, Pepsi, where's my gear? You're supposed to send me my swag, my sample, so I can do all this.
Maybe I need to harass my local Pepsi rep and get some of the a case of bubbly. Look at the sun is being blocked right now. And I like a whole person.
12 here Friday, just so you know. Plus 12 Friday. Anyways.
And we're getting cold again.
Good. I don't have no sympathy. I was minus 40 here 2 weeks ago. Anyways, great stuff. We have a next guest, Michelle here from Canada Beef. I'm not going to say legend, but tell you, a rock star in the industry that has to deal with. I can't wait to hear what she has to deal with. But we're going to break to another new commercial.
How much time is this commercial? Are we like a 2 minute, a 30 second?
30 seconds. We'll go to a 2 minute one after Michelle.
Okay.
So we can have a little snack and grab a bite.
Yes, a snack. I know all this.
Marathon of shows.
I thought I prepared by having a big breakfast. And now I'm like, oh, now I want my mouth's watering, talking about chicken burgers and beef sandwiches and yeah.
No, and I'm trying not to do order. I'm trying not to order food right now. So.
Oh yeah.
So I really want to so bad. Anyways, before Michelle leaves us, let's run to a quick commercial. I put the wrong screen the other minute. Here we go. Got all these screens and here we go. And learn a little bit about these craft. I think we saw them the other day, but here we go. Oh, wrong screen. Just 1 sec. We'll be right back in a minute. Oh, I forgot to let her in. There we go. Hey, Michelle. Welcome.
Hey.
Hey.
Thank you. How are you guys doing today?
Good, good. Nice to meet you.
Oh, can you hear us, Michelle? It's always just before you go on camera, everything goes down.
I can now.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Good.
Oh, okay.
Awesome. Well, welcome to the show. We're excited to hear from you.
Thank you.
We're going to squish a
Yeah.
few beef in this. Is this right?
Well, what I thought we would do today is because social media, it's pretty active right now. I mean, social media is one of those interesting platforms that you can work in. I've been doing this for about 15 years now. And with this past year, social media is even bigger and you see more activity happening. So I thought what would be interesting was we take you through 2 case studies and what we learned from those case studies, because some of the things that you maybe mistakes you always learn from, right? So what we do is we post every day on Canada Beef, and we have 5 platforms that we post on, and each one has a little bit of a different audience. And what we do is we post a variety of topics, so recipes. And an interesting thing that in the last year since the pandemic, we've seen a 35% increase in traffic to CanadaBeef.ca for new users. So over 800,000 new users came to the website and our social platforms because they were looking for beef, and they were looking for beef knowledge and recipes. A lot of people had never really cooked before, and it is a little bit more of a complex protein. So it was great that people came to the website to learn about how to prepare beef. The other content we share is the other top search term is how to make an oven roast. And for some of us who have been in the food industry a long time, it's like, really? That's your question? And it is. It's one of the most popular. Let me just see here. Let me get my number. 338,000 people came to our how to cook an oven roast know-how page last year. That's a lot of people. And then we also have cuts in information videos. Also, we do nutrition and environment. And so those last 2 topics can have a lot more comments. So maybe if you want to bring up the slides, Jay.
Sure. Give me a second.
Okay.
I'm going to find them.
Okay.
Here we are. I got it.
Okay. You got it? Okay, that's good.
Not fast on that. I'm trying to get rid of this cramp. I'm about to cramp up.
Oh, that's not good.
No. Apparently, Kim's giving me lectures on water. I drink more water.
Water's
Kim, you
important.
can hear my dog
Potassium, bananas.
Yeah, thank you.
So
here we go. There you go. Oh, there we go.
There you go. Perfect. Okay, so flip to the next one.
Okay.
No, okay, go to the next slide. I'm going to take you through the first case study.
All right, here we go.
Okay.
It's coming.
And one more slide. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So, okay, got to count for that delay. So here's an example of one of our campaigns that we did. It was called Baby at the Table. And what we did, it was a 4-week campaign, and it was talking about the importance of iron-rich food for babies between the ages of 6 and 12 months. And this was information provided by Health Canada. So they were talking about how it's important to introduce iron-rich foods as babies' iron stores will become depleted. So what we did was we took the information from Health Canada and we amplified it into posts. So we did Facebook posts, we did a YouTube video explaining all the different proteins, how to incorporate it into your baby's diet. And we promoted that to both moms and to doctors. And one of the things that we also did was on LinkedIn pages. So we put that out and we thought, okay, what's going to happen? Well, it was really interesting. What did happen? Well, we had 2.4 million impressions, which is pretty impressive that we had that many people looking at it. We also had over 8,000 clicks to the thinkbeef.ca website for people to learn more information. And on that web page, we had recipes, we had more information from Health Canada, and pamphlets, and then the video. And then we had about 424 conversions that were tracked, and we were able to see all of the different feedback. And boy, did we get feedback. We got negative feedback and positive feedback. So we were quite surprised by the type of feedback that we had. Can you guys think of what maybe that feedback would have been?
Whew. Well, I have no idea, but I can only imagine it was it more heavy. Well, I tend not to hear a lot of positive feedback on good stuff, right? So it had to be a whole bunch of negative stuff.
Well, it was interesting because some of the negative feedback came through that they didn't want to believe the facts, and they were skeptical to think that this would be the right information. And it was interesting because it became quite quickly political, and we saw that comments back and forth. And then we also quickly saw that there was a misunderstanding of protein and the importance and what would be sources of protein. So what we had to do quite quickly as we were seeing the comments come through, because you don't want to leave comments sitting there, especially when it's pretty active. We had about a few hundred posts on this one particular comments on this one particular post. So what we were able to do is we quickly monitored and then provided feedback. And we would reach out to those comments that we thought, we need to change the conversation here, or we need to make sure that the right factual information is coming and being sent out. Now, sometimes those individuals who put those comments on don't always want to listen to what you're saying, but hoping that someone else who's reading them is willing to take into consideration the facts that we're sharing. What we also learned is that babies are polarizing. People love babies, and people don't want to get political with babies. So what we did too was made sure that when we did this campaign again, because the information was so important, we instead went with a third-party influencer. And I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the women's team, curling team Homan, Rachel Homan's team. They had two women who were on the team expecting, and then they had their babies. And we worked with them to convey the same story and the same information. So I just lost my the same information. And the results were dramatically different. People were willing to listen to the information. And Kim, before you were this morning when you were talking with Amy, you were saying that you like telling stories, or you like learning of stories. Having Rachel and her teammate who both had the babies and were talking about feeding their babies, I think the audience could relate to it more. And so they were more willing to say, oh, I'm going to try this. And you other people sharing it and saying, you've got to read this or check this out. So it was interesting how to campaign, the same campaign, two different ways of approaching it were very different.
Yeah, absolutely. I can see that for sure.
Yeah. So, and then some of the other things that we also wanted to do was next time has two different audiences. So the creative that we did, the layout we had, went to both moms and doctors. For another time, think about what you're wanting to communicate and then develop creative for two different audiences. Perhaps for the doctors, it's more fact-based. It's something that you would then share with their own patients. Where if it's for a mom, approach it a little different, using Team Homan and not having it necessarily come from a Health Canada health science area. So that's one example there that generated a lot of feedback, and it keeps you busy because you want to make sure that you respond back quite quickly with the best information. So that's some of the myths, and how it's not necessarily always, but it's more when a situation can quickly be more active on social than say just posting a recipe or posting a cooking method. These ones require a bit more time and energy. I can give you another example if you have. If you want to move ahead to the next slide. And stop me too if you have a question. When there's a delay, sometimes it's hard to hear the questions. So then one hand the nutrition, and the other one is also then sustainability, or the environment. So in this example, what we did was created a 4-week campaign where we ran posts on content that were around beef myths and challenges with cattle production, what people are deemed as contentious issues. So we did stewardship, we did emissions, we did eating habits, we did land usage. And so we created them into posts that were static and into animated. And we wanted to highlight them across Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And what we wanted to do was also, it was all the same content as well, but having learned from the baby at the table, we realized that one of the things that helps when you post campaigns that might be a little bit more challenging is have potential questions or responses ready, and then how you would respond. So of course, that's always a challenge. You can't always anticipate what somebody is going to say or comment on, but it does take time, because with these particular campaigns, we spend a tremendous amount of time with experts and getting their information, and then making sure any of the content that we put on those posts have stats and facts, or we drive people to another section on the website to get more information. So with this one, Facebook was the most active. And I think out of all the platforms, a lot of people would agree with that Facebook is where you're going to get maybe a little bit more combative discussions happening, healthy or constructive, but you're going to have the ones that challenge you a little bit more compared to Instagram. So with this one, we saw almost on one of the Facebook posts over 400 comments on one. So when you do this type of campaign, you have to be ready, as I said, to monitor the posts and to provide any responses. Again, beef in the environment is pretty polarizing, but it's also become quite political. And so what you have to be is ready with all of your facts and know that you're going to get pushback from people. But that's okay. I mean, it's a constructive discussion, and it's when you offer up the facts, we always are hoping that maybe we're not going to change someone else's mind, but again, like I said before, it's at least getting the facts out for someone else having read it. So when some of them, when they become inflammatory or really off base, those are the ones we don't always converse with. We will respond quite often to some, and we also let others kind of talk amongst themselves. I know you're both probably on social and you can read comments and you kind of see what happens back and forth. We let the audience do that too. And then what we also wanted to do was we created a chart to see if we could anticipate, as I was saying, what kind of response we'd get. And then we could quickly upload those posts to keep the conversation going. And also, as I said, Facebook was a bit more active than, say, Twitter or Instagram. Instagram's an interesting audience. They tend to say, oh, that fact's really interesting, or thanks for sharing. It's not a world where people will fight it out. So, the last sheet, and I thought this is where it's kind of fun and interesting, some of the things that we've learned. Did you have any questions on that campaign? Sorry.
No, that was good.
No, okay. Okay. So the next slide.
Next slide. Okay.
So here's some of the things that we learned, and when we were saying how to handle social media as you're going through and you're putting out posts. Never post a contentious topic on Friday or a weekend. Now, you don't know what are those contentious topics, but something like the environment, we won't touch. We'll do that on a Tuesday, Wednesday, because what you're doing is, what I find is when you post, your content's not always seen immediately, and it takes a couple of days for content to be seen. And so it might be, if you post on a Tuesday, Thursday might be the day when you get a lot of activity. But then, and then, so you don't want to post that on a Friday. I've had a couple of Friday evenings taken up with social media or weekend. We had another post example where we put it on about, it was ingredient lineup, and it was comparing a beef patty to plant-based, and we just said, hey, something to think about. Well, people thought about it a lot.
Yeah. I can see that would have sparked some conversations.
It did. It did. And 10:30 at night, you're like, "Ooh, this is pretty active," and into the weekend. So when you think about your schedule of content, when people are putting out posts, and we do a whole calendar and we track everything that we create and we lay it all out. We look at it and say, okay, let's put these types of posts on a Tuesday, Wednesday, a Friday, a weekend. Those are the times when we'll do things about recipes, about cooking methods. When we talk about farming from a rancher or farmer point of view, where we're talking about, we call it Farming Fridays, we then always will host those. And you don't get the same activity, say, as you would on the environment or something around nutrition. Another thing we always consider is what platform to use. So I was saying Facebook's pretty active in when you're going to get comments. And so what I always do is we use the same cross, but we'll know that we'll monitor Facebook a little bit more than we do Twitter or Instagram. And Instagram, as I said, people just love really, really great images. They love recipes, and they're more receptive to the facts there. The next thing is you need to weigh out the wins of getting your message out to consumers versus the negative replies, which contain misleading false information. So we do follow, and as I said, respond to people to say, you know what, here's the fact that we know. Here's the information we have. Sometimes they'll write back to us. Quite often you kind of answer into a void and you don't know, did they ever see it? But then they will respond back to you, and then you have to decide how much further do you carry on that conversation. Mm-hmm. Because what happens is that same information shared over and over that may not be the right fact keeps coming up all the time. So, and quite often people sort of just know the headlines of subject, and that's what they then say back to you. So what we try to do, as I said, is we have lots of great information on canadabeef.ca and on thinkbeef.ca on the environment. We have infographics, we have charts, we have different white papers that we use, and we always add them to our website so people then can go back and read more. And people do. Sometimes you wonder, is anyone reading this? And someone did definitely read our post and go to the pages, because one of the things that you want to make sure is when you do have a link for a fact, make sure that link is working, especially when you're using third party, because one of the ones we had was for one of the government websites, and that link was broken. So it's always really important to make sure anytime you're posting anywhere, it could even be within your company, all those PDF pages or your web links, they're live and they're active, because you don't want to have someone coming back saying, uh-oh, call you out saying, oh, that you're hiding something, that link's not working.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The other thing is consider the imagery you're using for your posts. So we never show cattle imagery near a recipe. So we do, we always show, if we're talking with their farmers and ranchers, we always have cattle in the background. When we do our cooking know-how sections, it's usually the cut of beef along with the cooked finished product, but we never combine the two. Knowing who your audience is really important to be able to convey the right information, but not also, people don't always want to put a face to something. So yeah, it's always better when we do our posts and then our charts and information. Sometimes some of the posts would be penalized. We don't seem to have that issue anymore, but we do sometimes face with Facebook where we put content on and they will not approve it, and we will have to go back to them to get approval. They will say, inappropriate content based, and we'll reach out to them asking, what would it be? And sometimes the topic of environment and nutrition, again, are those hot topics that are tricky to get out sometimes, or they misunderstand what we're trying to convey, especially with kids and nutrition. And so by working back and forth with Facebook all the time, those posts then get back up. Any questions there? I just keep talking. I don't have.
No, keep going.
This is great.
Yeah.
Great to help everyone around this, because as I've found out through social media, just as we got this last year doing our shows and stuff, there's so much to learn. There's so much to learn, and so much to learn. Very small, I guess, leg room within making mistakes. It's not. You can make some, but you don't want to make a lot. Put it that way.
Yeah. I feel like those are tips that most people should take into their day-to-day life on how they post things.
Well, I think what I like about social is that you can course correct, and you learn quickly what people like or don't like, and you also have the opportunity to share lots of unique information. And yeah, so I go on to the next one is stick to the key facts and add references to all your posts. And that's really important to, as I was saying, include your facts, make sure all of it's there, and make sure all your references to those posts working. So I got ahead of myself there. That's number 5. Number 6, what are we not to address? That's a big one too. Sometimes you think, am I going to reach out to that person? Should I talk to them a little more? But as I was saying, sometimes it's okay to do that. Sometimes I let the audience do it themselves, let them duke it out amongst themselves, and it's actually quite entertaining. Now, when it does get competitive or there's any swearing involved, we usually shut down this conversation pretty quickly, because we want to make sure we're following all the protocols, and we also have our own protocol, and we want to make sure it's a healthy, constructive conversation. You don't want to I just don't think it's healthy conversations having that in there. And then also thinking about influencers, picking the right influencer. So when we were talking about the Team Home Men, that was a great example where we had influencers who were in that moment feeding their children. It made sense for their lifestyle and what they were going through at that point in time, and so other people could relate to them, and it was a great way to share that information. We have another campaign right now running called My Canadian Beef, and that campaign is really interesting because it's all with influencers, and it's influencers from different backgrounds. So we're working with chefs, we're working with athletes, we're working with dietitians, and then with farmers and ranchers as well. And each one of them is telling a different story to communicate information about beef. So it's from the environment perspective. So any of the producers, ranchers, we're working with a couple of wonderful farmers across the country. Livestock is on. They have a fantastic story. Their whole family is involved, and we share images of them. And actually coming up next week, we're going to have them through Instagram stories talk about how they manage the cattle and farm the winter months. Because what we always want to do is take questions, a top question that we get through our website or through email, and we then use our influencers to help communicate these stories. And it's a nice way for consumers and the urban audience to learn and understand about farming, because it is very different. We want to make sure we get the right stories out and explain things, because there's a lot of misinformation. And having them explain how they care for their cattle in the winter months is the best way than me saying this is how they feed them, this is how they care for them when it's cold and windy. Let's hear it right from the experts. Actually, outside when it's -52 in Saskatchewan, how they handle and care for their animals. We work with a phenomenal athlete, Sage Watson. She is an Olympic hurdler, and so she has a really interesting story in that she grew up in a beef ranch in southern Alberta, but she's also a hurdler. So she can tell the story of growing up on a farm, growing up in the ranch, managing the cattle, working with her family, but then also as an athlete, how she eats properly to train. And protein is an important part of that diet. And so she appeals to a whole other audience that we normally maybe not have met, be it runners or hurdlers or athletes. And it's been fantastic having her share her story and having her, it may sound really simple, but having her share one of our recipes in her kitchen and talking about what she's learned about preparing beef is really interesting, and people can relate to it. And it's really cute because when she first moved down to Arizona to train, she was having to learn how to cook on her own. And it was interesting, her learning how to cook with beef, and also all of the little techniques that she took from our website that she found really useful. And so her audience is now saying, hey, thanks for these. They're really great recipes. So instead of just it coming from us, it's coming from someone else. We work with Andrea Bucket. She's a chef, and she also has a wonderful audience that follows her, and she does some great beef hacks for us, those simple ideas that for some of us who are in the food industry all the time, you're thinking, oh yeah, I know how to do that. But when she shows it to someone else, they're like, wow, that is the coolest idea. So using your influencers to communicate on your behalf, it's a unique way of getting out information.
Nice. Yeah, absolutely. I can see that.
So those are some of my top learnings. Yeah, so do you have any other questions for me, or those are all my points I wanted to talk about?
Okay. We got through them. Awesome stuff. I can't
I
thank
feel like
you
I
enough,
just
Michelle.
fired a whole bunch of stuff at you.
It's so valuable.
Well, so if people, so go ahead, Kim.
I was going to say it's such a good guideline for so many people on, and even if it's things they knew before, it's a reminder to so many things, like the having a picture of a cow in when you're trying to sell your burger. That association is so beneficial to people. Like, oh yeah, okay, that doesn't make sense. Shouldn't do it. Probably not the best practices. So yeah, having that great reminder of those best practices is incredibly valuable right now because we are so social media based.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something that we cannot learn enough of. I truly believe when it comes to our industry, especially when you get into, beef, and it's very touchy, and you got to know these, you got to know what you got to know what to do, because you can create a really, you can hurt your brand as you might post something. I love the Friday point, the first one you had, Michelle, is that I've seen people do that on a Friday, and then you got people sitting at home all on the weekends, especially in these COVID times, and then it just becomes a firestorm online.
Yeah.
Anyways,
yeah.
Thanks, Michelle, for being on the show today.
You do that once.
Yeah, exactly. You do it once.
Well, thanks so much for having me, guys. Really enjoyed it.
Thank you
Thank you so much. Awesome stuff. Take care. All right, Kim.
All right. Who's up next?
This is the stretch. This is like the seventh inning.
All right. Going in.
I've been sitting on this wooden stool for like 4 hours.
I got a cushion at least. Do a little stretch.
Like I got the leg cramp gone. We're good.
All right.
Okay, so we have two guys from Alberta.
Okay.
I'm not going to call them legends because they're not legends. You guys ain't legends yet. I see you in the green room there. Right? They're going to be legends, but they're like, I think you're about 20 years old, average age. So young guys. Yeah. Right, Dave? I see him in the green room. Anyways, I know these guys very well. They are amazing, and they're going to talk to us here in a second. We're going to break for a commercial, a 2-minute commercial. So you know what that means, Kim. Exactly. Yeah. She gets all happy.
How much food can you jam in my mouth quickly?
Exactly. How much food can we jam in 2 minutes in your mouth?
Yeah, sounds good.
Then we're going to have these young fellas on. I think Dave, you're older than me anyway, so... Anyways, but we're going to have these young guys on. No, you're not. Okay. We're going to have them on, and then we got two more. We got Ben and Dave. They're going to rock our world here, and then we have the Culinary Federation up. And you guys will have to be gentle with me.
Perfect.
And then we're done.
Perfect. We will.
I don't know. Right.
Totally not.
No, you're not. No, not at all. These guys might want to stay. I don't know if Dave and Ben want to stay for that. I don't know. I have to have a little bit of... We're outweighted here. 1 to 5. Yeah, it can be kind of... Anyways, we're going to break through commercial. Be right back. Guys, get ready.
Hello. How are you doing?
Hello.
Honoring that quiet.
Choking down lunch.
Yeah.
You gotta eat
We're a
when you
food company.
can, right? Here, I'll do a little dance. Take the emphasis off you for a minute. Does that work?
No, but I just want to make sure you guys can hear me okay.
Yeah,
Must
I
have
can
hit
hear
it
you, no
wrong.
problem.
Do I sound okay now, Ben?
Yeah, you sound good.
Ben, we have to get like the extended version camera for you with that title.
Oh, yeah.
So Ben and Dave, welcome to the show. I think Kim's probably still grabbing a bite. Sorry, it's I forgot when I did program the show. As I learn, bathroom breaks and food is important throughout the day. Didn't do that. My bad.
It's funny. It's funny what your body needs, right?
Yeah, it's not like I ever make mistakes, eh, Dave?
Yeah. Well, you look a lot more awake than I thought you'd be. Like, was day 3.5 hours in? You're still look like you're rocking and rolling there, Jay.
Well, it's Kim. Kim's a rock star. You got to be a rock star around rock stars, right? So, what do we talk before you guys get in here? First of all, Chef David Swanson Reinhardt out of Calgary, Alberta region. Amazing. Thank you, Dave, for being on the show. And then Ben, that big title. What are you guys going to talk about today around the Cisco difference?
Yeah, so what we're here to talk about today is really your menu as your biggest marketing tool in your business, and how to best position yourself, given the current time, to really dive into your menu and really use it as the the workhorse and the staff member that it is. That's what we're here to talk about.
So why is this important to talk about, Ben? Why is it important?
Well, it's such a key thing sometimes that I think gets missed in our industry is kind of looking at the menu. There's obviously cycle changes and certain times of year that it makes sense to do menu updates and tweaks and stuff. But it really is the marketing of that menu is such a key component sometimes that gets missed.
So how I got to get into this because I know you guys have been doing menus and working on menus for a long time. We had the menu crew on earlier today, talking about the physical aspect of like how that program works with Cisco. What do you see right now as the biggest challenge with menus in restaurants that you see out there?
Biggest challenge. So the biggest challenge we see is a lot of the menus obviously are moving digital, which is actually a great opportunity for a lot of operators. And we dive into that in our slides here. But getting that menu out there in a cost-effective way, you're not spending a fortune on marketing, so that people really know the products that you offer and what your restaurant is about. That's a challenge, right? Today it's busier than ever. How do you get kind of through that noise and get to that that audience that you're trying to market to?
Awesome. So here's Chef Kim. So introduce you.
Hello, Chef Kim. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Sorry, I was off. I had a high school teacher calling my house.
You're doing the marathon run this week, hey?
Right? I know. So I'm like invested now. And I said, Jay and I were saying, I'm like, anytime I have an opportunity to talk food and with food people, like sign me up. I'm in. I don't care how long it takes. So it's super exciting. So yeah, I'm excited to hear what you guys are up to.
Fantastic. We're excited to work through it with you.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So what we're doing, I'm just keying up the old slides there, Ben. You got some cool slides here, buddy.
Yeah, the slides are really here to just kind of keep David and myself on track. But we're excited to have a quick conversation here just around your menu is really the marketing tool that it is in your business.
There you go, Ben.
Awesome. So yeah, so like I said, in the beginning here when we were kind of preambling for, menus are changing, right, within the restaurant industry. So we're seeing, lots of digital menus. We're seeing this move to a menu that's, maybe a bit more customizable. and really functions as a member of your staff. Let's go to the next slide there, please, Jay.
Sure.
Yeah, so, we really start with the question of, what is your biggest marketing tool in your restaurant? And it is a thoughtfully designed menu. So a well thought out, well executed, well designed menu really is that workhorse in the restaurant. So, there was a study here from OpenTable that said 93% of people view a menu online before dining out. So that's a huge statistic, right? If you think of, 10 people standing in a line, 9 of them have looked at your restaurant before they've walked through the door of your establishment. And so you're really, even before that guest sits down, you're already communicating to them through your menu. And, we all have that situation where, a friend will ask us out and say, hey, we want to go to this new hotspot, or we want to go to this well-known place, but you've never been there before. And what's the first thing you do? You hop online and you're looking at the menu. And, you're looking at the menu for a lot of reasons. Customers look at the menu. I think of my own self. I look at it to understand the fit and feel. I look at it to understand what I'm going to order. I look at it for price. Is this a what do I expect to pay for this meal? Even what am I going to wear, right? And so that study obviously rings true. I think that the demographic is shifting to want to engage with a brand and that menu even before they've gone into the restaurant.
That's great. I love the fact that you think about the design so much, Ben.
Well, yeah, we're seeing menus become a little bit simpler in their overall look, but still obviously offering something that your guests want.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
one
of the things that Ben alluded to earlier too is that digital piece. How often do you go into a restaurant and there's this crumbled up, stained piece of paper on the counter, right? So it's utilizing that digital world to be able to make changes quickly and to always have a good product. Obviously with that there's always going to be some concerns. My mom often complains about using QR codes because she doesn't want to look on her phone to order something, but you can always have some backup things for that. But it's interesting how this pandemic has rapidly changed or put some of these things that we've been thinking about for years into the forefront.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it is, I'm not saying that your menu has to go digital, but Chef David's absolutely right. When you look at using it as a marketing tool when that customer's in there, if moving to a digital menu makes sense for cleanliness and sanitation, all of that with current situation, maybe there's an opportunity there to move your menu like to a QR code in a digital way. Which would help your customers, right? I was talking to a customer, this was a while ago, but they moved to all digital menus, and so they're in Florida, and they thought, we have an older demographic that comes in, we're unsure about moving to a digital menu, and the customers loved it because they could zoom in, they could engage with the menu, they could change the brightness, make it brighter. So sometimes those first initial things that we're concerned about can actually be an advantage. With working, your menu into a digital format as well. So, but next slide. So yeah, I should call this Chef David's 4 Ps of pandemic menu planning, but we really want to look at that menu engineering piece. So when an operator is looking at their menu and really that process through menu engineering. So the textbook definition on it is, menu engineering is that practice of really analyzing and strategically designing your menu to maximize profits. So, we obviously know we've gone through this period of restrictions, with the pandemic. And, if your business is in a position to, move forward and really rock and roll after this, we need to establish that your business needs to be profitable first and foremost. And really how you can do that is through this process of menu engineering and looking at some of the psychology around that menu engineering and how does it, is your menu the most effective it can be? So, those kind of 4 Ps that we look at, you see on the screen there is really, the profitability of the menu. So that's more key than ever. The popularity, right? So when we look at the popularity of the menu, so obviously you want to feature items that are you're famous for, right? When you go into an establishment and you think, geez, I've never been here before, or, maybe it's a new menu. What are you known for, right? And you see that in other businesses as well, where they're constantly letting these are staff picks, these are, customer favorites, really looking at your kind of history and reviewing what are those best items that we offer, or what do we do really well? And let's put that first and foremost. And then I'll get Chef David. Do you want to talk about the portability of it?
Yeah, so I mean, this has come up to be very important nowadays. It's just there's restaurants out there that are just carbon copying their menu as is, and then having it, on a either a to-go format or Skip the Dishes or Uber Eats or one of those different avenues for delivery. But some food just doesn't travel well. I know what food I wouldn't order, but a lot of people don't. So it's really taking a look at that, making sure that the packaging matches your brand. That it's appealing to the customer, because there's nothing worse than getting just a plain foam. I mean, foam's the devil to me, but you really want to have a nice package, because you're going to have nice plates in your restaurant. So why wouldn't you also serve that food to go? Making sure that the food is going to last. So something that's not going to get cold real quick, something that's not going to throw off a lot of moisture in the package if it's not appropriate. So you really have to look at all those different things. And we encourage the restaurants out there to practice, right? My favorite line for this is inspect what you expect, because you want to let your food sit in that container for a while and see how the moisture content comes. Have it delivered to some friend's house, and see what that end product actually is.
It's funny how many times I've mentioned that today and over the past couple of days about the importance of being able to shift and not just present your same menu. Like there's a couple places in town here that it's literally the same menu that they've taken that would go plated and is going in takeout, and they're getting bad reviews and bad comments and that back and forth. And I'm like, you can't, it's not cut portion A, put it in portion B. Like they can't be the same. You need to create that. And then it comes in styrofoam. So yeah, they're just, it's that connection needs to be noticed way more. And it's so important.
Yeah, I think even Ben was mentioning last week to me, he had some Indian food delivered at home, and it wasn't common garnish. Like he had a chana masala, I believe, and a dal maybe, but they garnished it, and he's like, it's not traditional, but it made it that item look so much better when it got delivered to him.
Yeah.
I think you're right, Chef Kim. When you I kind of joke sometimes. No chef goes into the business or the industry to plate in a plastic container.
Yeah.
Right. But that's the world we live in now. And so, you look at that, you're right. Maybe how it was plated on a plate in a restaurant, given the best case scenario, isn't how it transfers to a packaged container. And, it's got to shift and change. And I think you can have a bit of fun with that.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
When we talk about portability, one of the big things in the beginning when delivery really started to ramp up and became a key driver of a lot of customers' business was all of a sudden items came off. And rightfully so. There's some things that don't travel well, but you look at, maybe it's a popularity thing. Maybe you're really well known for, your poutine, but it just arrives as not that nice looking. So, could you present it in a different way, right? Is it portioning each individual component out and then creating a scenario where the customer has to have a bit of animation themselves in order to kind of complete the dish for themselves at home? So having some fun with that and kind of looking at how your menu items can really travel, I think is key, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then obviously, that preparation piece. So looking at your staff in the back, David and myself, and I'm sure you are too, Chef Kim, it really is that cross training, right? When we look at a menu, can we cross train all of the staff so that there's that accountability? If somebody's not there, now all of a sudden a staff member can step in and everybody knows kind of everyone's role. So that way no dishes are going out that don't look like how they should, right?
Yeah.
And then through that preparation piece, also looking at the inventory, right? Are you using inventory? Is it working as hard as it can in your business to make sure that, again, that goes back to that profitability piece?
Yeah, absolutely. And I can't stress that enough on having that consistency and that accountability, and people having a guide and information to use as a reference for all of it, and what that would how much that would benefit a space.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially too, right now you look at online, if there's a way to incorporate a lot of this technology, maybe it's just an iPad, right, that has photos of all of the dishes, how they should look, how they should go out, etc. And the old school way was a book, right? We all had that kitchen book where we had to look at photos and recipes. But it's just a modern version of it, right? Where we're stepping up now. So we would be remiss if we didn't talk about this. I know we've probably seen this, throughout the show, but really looking at as a piece of analyzing, and this is really where the BR teams in your region for Cisco can really help you dive into this. So, I know Chris had talked about it. One of our coworkers from Alberta had talked about it in his presentation on menu costing was, looking at this true kind of menu engineering piece around, finding out your plow horse items, finding out your dogs, finding out your stars, and finding out your puzzles. And Chef David has tons of experience with this, working with customers around, a chef may fall in love with an item, but it doesn't sell, right? And so then, if your item isn't selling, that's a hard look at it, right? We were talking about this morning, probably the number one thing that I feel with any business owner that really can sometimes hurt them is they fall in love with a product. And they don't want to honestly look at an item in their business and say, I really love that item. I'm a chef. I love making that item. But are we making money on it? Is it profitable? And it must be a tweak, right? It just be a quick change to an item.
I think it's hard sometimes because, as a chef, you're very passionate about the food that you produce. And, often, I've been there before. I'm very proud of something that I've made. And I was like, I just can't come off the menu. This is amazing. And then I do all the analytics. And I'm like, oh, I got to take it off. Right?
Yes, that was my favorite dish. Yeah, no one else liked it, Kim. I know, but I did. They would like, at some point, they'll love it, I swear. No.
Yeah. And I've gone against the math, right? I've left items on the menu and they still don't sell. I'm like, oh, I'll change the price. I'll box it. I'll do all this stuff, right? And it's like, no, the data says what you have to do, right?
Yeah. I totally get that. It's that dead weight. Yep.
Yeah, and so as a team, we have a bit of programs that can help customers kind of dive into this menu piece and really look at the, utilizing that data from their operation to dive into really, what are your stars, what are your plow horses, what needs to maybe come off the menu, and then, I always love the puzzler piece because a lot of times, the puzzlers are those items that are, high profitability and low popularity. So we kind of talk about, maybe you make a lot of money on that item. Maybe it's just not positioned well in your menu, or maybe the description needs to be rewritten, or ingredients added or removed, et cetera, to kind of dive into why that's not selling, right?
Yeah.
And one of the great things you can always do is, maybe it's featuring that item as exactly that, a feature item. Putting it on a summer menu, our salmon, we really love this menu and we make a lot of money selling it, but nobody's buying it. Why? Maybe it's buried in the menu. Maybe nobody can see it, right? And so through this process and really getting the true data and numbers, then you can kind of make those informed decisions.
I love doing that, where all of a sudden something that's been on the menu the whole time is a feature item tonight. We got 20 of them. We're going to sell out. And then all of a sudden everybody wants it. And you're like, it's been on the entire time. Yeah.
The entire time.
Put right in front of them. Yeah. Which is funny that I don't, we had talked a little bit about this yesterday, that I don't understand how there's so many people that don't understand how to actually write a menu and position those things in the proper spot, and what a valuable tool that is, and to have all the numbers that go behind it, that you kind of go, like, I know I've written hundreds and hundreds of menus. Have I done them all as skilled as I could have? Probably not. Like, if someone were there handing me the numbers going, hey, you know what, this should be up here, regardless of if it's your favorite thing or the owner's grandmother's old recipe that you think should be here, because we do get so loyal to those things on our menu. To know that there's those skills right at your fingertips, to me, is just common sense to use them. Just call them up, use them, figure it out. Like, we're not all right perfect in what we do. So
yeah, and I think you can have those conversations, right? Like, Chef David and I have a lot of conversations with customers, which is, hey, just review the menu.
Yeah.
They're just looking for help with the language, right?
Yeah.
And is it written well? Like you said, and it's just that extra set of eyes. It's that extra set of support to come in and say, we can help with that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just super beneficial. And the cost, actually, Chef David, who's in the private chat room right now, just said, and so often the other Chef David, I guess, said about people with prices and never costing things out. So they're just literally, they're going, okay, here's a price. Oh yeah. Okay, here's a price. Oh yeah, this looks good. And then it's just pulling it from the air of what they think that costing should look like, and then putting it on a menu.
Yeah, sometimes I'll see a menu, I'm like, oh, I'm going to order 3 of these because it's so ridiculously priced. Like, they're losing so much money, but I got to eat a lot of these while I can.
Right.
Also, it's important to know that Chef Franklin, since you can't respond right now, that you are the other David.
Yeah.
I am the David. So you heard that from Chef Kim.
Yeah.
Sorry you can't rebute that right now, but it is what it is.
He's the other David.
I'm sure I'm going to hear that.
He's going to go ballistic now.
Yeah.
I think he's changing color. I think he changed color. He's red now.
You were the first David. That's true. I'll give you
that. Awesome. Ben, let's talk a little bit about design and restructure.
Yeah, so this is a big one. So there's kind of 2 parts to this. Obviously, with your menu, when we've gone through the process and you work with the team and kind of dive into that profitability piece, and Chef Kim was talking about really kind of pulling a price out of the air and not really knowing where you're at with that. We have a program. It's very simple, but we use it a lot with customers, and it dives into everything. So it looks at what food costs you want to achieve, et cetera, and even goes down to the preparation of the item, line. Is it well positioned, et cetera? And so through all of this kind of, forming this matrix, it actually populates a price. So a lot of times, customers may be looking for a 30% food cost as kind of a generic grab, but this program can actually help dive into maybe what a more accurate price would be and some of the dollars you could be leaving on the table. So, if you are looking at costing a menu and you want some help with that, you can always reach out to the team, and across the country, we'd be able to support on that. So. But really looking at this engineering piece and the design of it. So whether your menu looks like something that's a little bit more graphically designed, or whether it's just a simple kind of white sheet menu, really looking at is it well designed, is it well thought out in its execution. There are some some attention grabbing techniques that can be done. So obviously photos, high quality photos, the right colored graphics, looking at any kind of shaded boxes or borders. And really positioning those items. So once you've found the items that are really profitable and are your signature dishes, placing them well on the menu so that customers know to order them, it's such a big thing. And sometimes, we kind of fall in love with something, we think it's great, but have we placed it right on the menu? And then obviously, a lot of the psychology around, looking at menus and kind of the areas of the menu. So is there any way you can kind of update that or make it featured? And then obviously in each section, you want to place your most profitable items at the top of the list. And so how I would divide it out is really 2 items at the top, most profitable items, 2 items at the bottom, also most profitable. And those items that are less profitable tend to be in the middle. A lot of studies show that people notice the kind of first 2 items and the last 2 items, tend to order those ones the most. So that's a great way to kind of guide your customers to items that are profitable on your menu. So, even if it's a single white sheet, following that rule and changing it up just to see how it can help within your business can be a good idea. And then looking at kind of restructuring your menu. So I'll just go through the first one. Obviously, we talked about attention grabbing techniques. So including photos, graphics, not too many photos, but nice, well done photos. And then any borders or anything you can kind of highlight to bring attention to those items. Is always a great technique when we're looking at a more of a graphically designed menu. And then, placing items that you want to sell, in the center, the 2 top right corners, the 2 left corners, just looking at that psychology around it. And so, the menu team was on here earlier. they're a great resource in knowing these techniques. And so if you are building a menu with them, or even if you want advice from any of the culinary teams across Canada, they all have this knowledge and are able to help when you are planning a menu. And then, in each section, there's rules around kind of, how many items in there, right? I really feel gone are the days of, say, that, 80-page menu, or the menu that's got 80 items on it, right? And you're thinking, oh my goodness, I feel bad for when I go into a place that has a very large menu, because there's a huge cost to that, right? You've got all that inventory, all that training, all that work, and there's probably items on there that aren't getting ordered, right?
And this feature is free to customers, correct?
Correct. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. See, customers, why are you not using this? I know a lot of people that just do it themselves. I'm like, honestly, like, these are options that are available. Get over yourself and call the people that know what to do. Yeah.
Yeah. And, sometimes it's just that other voice, right? A lot of times, the greatest things that we have is, Chef David hops on a call with a customer, a chef or business owner, and really coaches them through the process of, where they can shape their menu to be more profitable. And I think that comes back to, we look at all the costs in a restaurant, and they've all risen, and real estate is expensive, and everything that needs to be a profitable scenario for the business to continue. So, getting over that ego, like you said, and asking the questions of, how do I keep going as a business? It really comes back to that piece. So, and so I think probably last but not least, we'll jump to the last one there. So really using your menu as a marketing tool. So, Chef David, did you want to jump in?
Sure. Yeah, I'm a little bit scared. I get a little excited sometimes, so I tend to take over. So I'm trying to be on my best behavior. But learning things like how to make your menu searchable. There's a lot of stuff on the internet about how to get your items up to the top of the list. So people see it first. Utilizing obviously your online platforms, things like Facebook or LinkedIn or YouTube and items like that. With that, I always tell people there's nothing worse to me than seeing a picture of a dirty cutting board in the back of a kitchen with today's special on it. Take that, put it outside. I've even put plates on the floor if you have nice hardwood, and take a picture from above. There's so many easy ways to make that look nice. Really, it's about natural light. Natural light is honestly the best if you can take it outside. I mean, I'll drop a plate right on top of the snow if I want, I just want to make it different, but you have to make it look nice. So you don't have to have a full photography set. There's cameras nowadays that are amazing. But if you're highlighting your menu items on social media, make sure that there's something that you're proud of and excited about. And then your website and your menu mobile friendly. I've seen restaurants out there that actually project their menu on the wall. When they run out of something, they can just take it off, and it's really nice. Or what if you create that sense of need by crossing an item off? You have it on the digital menu. Oh, we're out of this, right? As opposed to, oh, I'd like to order this, please. Oh, we're out of that. Oh, okay. Can I get this? Oh, we're out of that too. Oh my God. I just go crazy when that happens. But if it's blanked out, I'm like, oh, I got to get here earlier next time because this is obviously a house favorite and I need to order it. So lots of little things you can do to make it a little bit more special.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, and that platform piece is so key, right? Using all your platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Google My Business, like all of those platforms help drive traffic, and you want to make sure that the menu is current, it's up to date, and it's on all those platforms. And again, even we have a lot of Advantage partners at Cisco that can help with that. But even the teams here, if you're unsure of your social media presence and you want to get your menu online, reach out. We're here to help with that. So,
awesome stuff.
And then obviously,
Go ahead, Ben.
I was just going to say, make sure that your menu is mobile friendly. It's got to be mobile friendly.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I was laughing when Chef David, you said you like to sometimes take over. I'm not sure if this is actually Jay's show. It's not Kim's show.
You know what? Dave knows me. I've known Dave a long time. It's Dave's show all the time.
I think Jay will have to have another show with me and Chef Kim, and we'll do a battle or something like.
There's more fans of Kim. I'm getting texts nonstop about Kim. All the exciting stuff. Yeah. I don't know. I have to. Anyways, we'll talk later. Thanks again, Ben and Chef David. Number 2. Does that make you happy, Franklin?
I don't know if I like number 2.
Do you like number 2? It worked for Austin, right? Anyways, thanks again for this. And you know what? I think the big thing on menus, and I cannot stress this enough, doing menus, actually, I think we do menus might be the fault of one guy here. I don't know. But way back, we didn't have the programs and resources and the knowledge that you guys have. I remember doing the first menu for bazillion years ago for our company. And to see where we've evolved over the years is incredible, from having enormous amount of resources, enormous amount of knowledge in this area. All I'd say is this is another thing that makes us different, and just so proud of it. And you guys do such a great job of it. You take it serious and you work hard at it. And I think our customers and our people that are tuning in are going to watch this later. Please take up this service. Like Kim said, why wouldn't you do this? It's a no-brainer, and there's nothing in it. It's not like we're just doing this for the first time. We've been doing this for 14 years, right? And I think the other company in the States said today they've done 12,000 menus plus. You're kind of an expert in my mind if you do 12,000, and I think Ben's probably done about 5,000 himself. You're experts in this field, right? Like, it's amazing. So you guys are awesome. So good job on this, guys. Keep doing these things. This is what makes us great, and this is what makes us a good company to work with, because we really it's always funny. People are like, "Oh, you ship food." No, this is what we do, and this is what inspires people, and great stuff.
We also ship food.
Yeah, we also ship food. Exactly. Yeah. By the way, we ship food. Isn't it funny, Kim, that we haven't talked one bit about shipping food in these last 3 days?
Not at all. Thank goodness.
Yeah. We also ship food.
Well, we haven't had Franklin on yet. Wait till he comes on. Anyways, we'll talk about something. But guys, thanks again for joining us today on the show. Great information as always. And I just can't thank you guys enough.
Yeah, thank you. It's a
pleasure. Thank you guys. It was a pleasure.
I'll see you in our head-to-head.
Yes.
Chef, you and I. You wear the pink chef's jacket. I'll wear my black one. We'll do it. And
Am I getting static again?
You're lagging.
Melissa, am I lagging?
You're lagging a little, and you're staticky.
I feel like I'm lagging. That's not the technology.
I feel like you're getting lower in your chair.
I am too. I moved to my cushy chair.
Oh,
because I got these 3 chefs, and I know 2 of them very well, and I know they'll just wow like 2 hours later.
It's gonna be yappy. And...
I gotta get my cushy chair.
Right?
I think we just keep Franklin muted. I love it. I love watching his bottom lip go, and he can't hear it. Anyways, we're gonna break to a quick commercial. We're gonna run a Culinary Federation commercial.
So
to make Chef Ryan all happy. We love our partnership. And if we don't run his commercials, he gets cranky. So we'll run a commercial and we'll be back in, I think, 30 seconds. Okay?
Perfect.
When you're a member of the Culinary Federation, you season your culinary career with its benefits.
Connecting and networking. Culinary challenges and competitions. Certification programs. Culinary and business skills training. Cost savings programs. Mentorship and career development. The Culinary Federation, bringing together professional chefs and cooks from across Canada to honor tradition while evolving into the future. Be part of the change.
Join the Culinary Federation revolution today.
Oh, hi, friends.
Oh, hello there.
Welcome to the Chef Kim show. So nice to have you all here.
It's been great watching the Chef Kim show for the last couple of days.
Oh yeah, Jay's here too.
Yeah. Jay, I have to say that commercial you just ran is awesome, because we just launched that today on social media. So you couldn't have done it picked a better one. So thank you very much for that.
Look at the love I give you.
Yeah.
Look at the love I give you all the time, right? Like we've been just so you know, we broke it because we've been running it for quite a while. Yesterday too. So just FYI.
Yeah, I just certain things I tend to ignore sometimes. You know what I mean? So
Anything that I talk about, right?
Yeah.
Hi, Rebecca. Welcome to the show as well.
Hello. Hi, Rebecca.
Awesome stuff. So we've got like the heavy hitters here. I'm going to let you guys do the chit chatting because I don't know. I'm worried to say something wrong.
Never, Jay. Never say something. You never say something wrong. But I'd just like to take maybe the time to introduce the two people that are with us. One, David Franklin, who's actually the president of the London branch and former vice president of the Central region. So, he reopened our London branch about a year and a half ago. And has gained great momentum in the London kind of central southwest area. And Rebecca is actually our young chef representative that sits on the national board and for the central region. And, I've gotten to know Rebecca a lot over the few years here. So she was also on I managed the national team last go around. She was on my team there. She's on the national team again for 2020 to 2024, going to the World Cup. And we kind of touched a little bit of that on Sunday. So, welcome all. So
awesome.
Great to be here.
Anything you want to add before maybe we ask a couple questions?
I'm part of the Culinary Federation too, just for those people that don't.
That's why I wanted you to jump in there to say.
Yes, absolutely. I get the pleasure of hanging out with Chef David in London as part of the London branch, and have become an advocate for everything about the Culinary Federation and what they stand for and what we're doing as a federation for chefs. And I can't talk enough about the benefits of being part of something like this. And again, just like me being a fan of Cisco, I was also not a fan of the Culinary Federation for a long time. And now I've had an opportunity to really kind of dive deep and learn about it and learn about the 4 pillars and what they stand for. And it has really changed how I view things and what I will get behind and be part of moving forward. So yeah. Okay. Now you can go.
Yeah. I think Kim kind of touched it a little bit with regards to, the Culinary Federation and the change that we're trying to go through right now. And, not forget our past, but evolve to the future, and our federation, like any other federation or any other association, needs to evolve because things are changing within the world and they need to either evolve or they die. So it's no easier way of saying it that way. So we started our evolution or revolution, like we like to call it.
Yeah.
And when Kim actually talks about 4 pillars, it's really kind of like that has become everyday lingo for us now in regards to the 4 pillars that hold up the building, which is the Culinary Federation. So one is based on education, one is based on competition, one is based on networking, and our 4th pillar that we just we're building now is mental health and wellness for our members. So you look at those, if one isn't there, the building falls. So they all kind of got to work at the same level at any given time. And that's how we're building what we call the revolution and the evolution of the Culinary Federation. So, just a couple questions. I mean, we'll ask Rebecca, what does the Culinary Federation mean to her? And then we'll go to Dave. Kim, jump in there too, because I look at you as you've been a member now for about a year and a half. So you're still fairly new and maybe didn't see what was happening in the past. So maybe get your take on it too as well. So Rebecca, you want to start?
Sure. So to me, the Culinary Federation essentially is just one big crazy family of chefs. It's knowing that no matter where you go across the country, you're going to have a connection there. You're going to have support. It's networks, it's contacts, it's opportunities.
Okay, Dave.
Oh, well, for me, and I may bore a couple of people that are on the screen right now of my story, but I know I would never be where I am, never have made the connections, never have attained maybe the status within the industry if not for the Culinary Federation getting involved about where Rebecca is right now, but some time ago. Able to get involved with chefs and learn and since earned my certified chef de cuisine designation and been involved and now I have the opportunity to give back. I mean, people were there to help me when I was an apprentice or a young chef, and now that's my turn now in helping out students at the college program and developing them.
Perfect. How about you, Kim? Let it loose.
So to me, it has the actual definition has really evolved, because what it used to be to me was the older demographic of chefs in big tall white hats, and it was a male dominated boys club. And I had no interest in being part of that way of thinking, that way of behaving, that way of moving forward in an industry. And I did my best to fight against it for many, many years. And then I found a little bit of grace and forgiveness and was open to what it potentially could be, and really, really dug into the revolution behind the Federation. And now I've really dug into that with regards to being the piece that, or how I view it is, the Culinary Federation is like a support group for the chefs specifically. It is a network for the chefs. So like Restaurants Canada would be there to support your restaurant and your business in that. Whereas the Culinary Federation supports the individual so much, and that is kind of our network. And part of where, with regards to the 4 pillars and the piece about education, and in the past couple of days that I have learned so much about the competition piece, I have reinvested my belief in the competition piece. But the mental health and wellness piece is a near and dear spot to my life, and the mentoring and leadership and what that means. And it's become an evolving platform that realizes where they were, and we respect where we were, but there's a bigger direction as to where we're going. And it's really about the people that are in the restaurant and hospitality industry that the Culinary Federation is investing in. And that to me is super important.
Perfect. Well said. Thank you. And, looking at, and I can kind of talk to Rebecca a little bit on this, but, Rebecca has had the opportunity to actually go to our World Chef conference in Malaysia. So when we talk about a community of chefs within Canada, that is one thing, but we're also a network and a community worldwide. So young chefs like Rebecca, with regards to older chefs, I'll say like me or David, I'm not quite as old as David, but David. And I would say, sorry, Dave. Yeah, but I would say there's a lot of other opportunities that we offer within the Culinary Federation, and not just a networking piece, but we also offer education. So we have an affiliate agreement with a online culinary school. We offer and we offer free business courses for managers that are just getting into industry, or managers that are in industry, from accounting, bookkeeping to how to deal with today's employee. So those are offered free of charge. It's kind of self-paced.
And
go ahead.
And right now we're offering addiction services for awareness and knowledge in our industry on how to approach those hard conversations, how to support staff. We are an industry where 1 in 4 of us right now have an addiction or mental wellness issue or challenge, and we can't ignore those facts. So the Culinary Federation has partnered with a local addiction counselor from London to provide support and what that looks like. And that is huge, to be able to do that and to offer it free to the members to do it.
Yeah, no, and that's kind of the new initiative when we talk about the new pillar. So this is kind of where we're going with that, as well as we offer buying programs through Cisco. We offer. We actually have an affiliate agreement as well with Cisco. We get together. COVID's a little different. We would normally have regional meetings as well as branch meetings within the cities. So it's constant camaraderie, and there's a lot going out. But I have to say, COVID-19 is really. I kind of looked at our numbers versus this year or last year. We're actually holding our own, which I'm a little, I'm pleasantly surprised, let's say, because I know how hard it's been on our industry. But we, as a federation, we've tried to put stopgaps in place with regards. We've gone to a standardized fee across the country for all branches, where it used to be different. We offer a monthly payment plan where that was never there before, equal payments. So we're really trying as a federation to adapt to what is going on in the world today. But I would say, this is one quick question, that I'm going to throw to Dave. When we talk about who you've been member for a while, when we talk about the revolution and we talk about the Culinary Federation evolution, what does that mean to you? Like, honestly, like in your heart and soul, what does that mean to you?
I don't think I've seen the level of engagement with our young chefs, the new chefs getting into the industry. The amount of support I think that the members of our branches, our partners, that get involved and support our young chefs. I think that's probably been the biggest pivot for the organization is the support of our young chefs and new chefs coming into the industry. There's been education programs, there's been competition, but I think that's been the biggest piece that I've seen for our industry is supporting our young chefs.
Rebecca, you've been a member now, I believe, for 5 to 6 years, if I'm not correct.
Yes.
Explain what it means to you.
So for me, coming from a young chef's perspective, it's recognizing that, not all chefs are wearing the white coats and the white hats anymore, that, chefs can have a lot of different looks to them. Not everyone's working in a restaurant. Not everyone starts, as a commie chef and works their way up the ranks. It's recognizing that, the culinary industry as a whole has adapted, it's changed, and the Culinary Federation is changing along with that. So chefs, some chefs wear t-shirts now in the kitchen. Some chefs just wear aprons. Some people take culinary school and then they move on to catering, or they move on to baking, or they move into food sales. So it's kind of adapted the traditional formal definition of a chef. It's expanded on that, and it's revolutionized.
Yeah.
Kim, you got anything you want to add to this point?
Yeah. You know what? I think one of the biggest things as well is that really kind of bridging the gaps. Like, I want to let Rebecca know that I'm here to support her. I'm just a couple of years older than her, but I've been in the industry for a little while, and from a female standpoint, like, there's a strong cast of females that are emerging in the Culinary Federation, and I think it's fantastic. And I know that for young chefs coming up, like, as a female in the industry, we're a minority drastically right now. And I really want to encourage that and know that there is a team there to help support and to be there for answer whatever questions kind of thing. And I think knowing for the young chefs to know that they have this really strong foundation. I have a friend of mine who she played a song at a retirement party, and it was a Marin, I don't even remember who it was by, but the lyrics on the song were, if the bones are good, then the rest won't matter. So if the foundation's strong, then anything that happens, it won't change what's happening, and it won't alter it. And I know because we have such strong roots, and we're so deeply engaged in the history and the respect of the history, that everything that gets added in is just going to be an addition to the Culinary Federation. And I love that we're recognizing that.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I know we talk about chefs, we talk about young chefs. We also offer different different memberships for people that are out there. We're really starting to embrace the pastry chef and baker. You know, we've got a category for that as well. And I think one of the newest ones, which we're hoping to get a little bit more traction, because we were offering a foodie membership, so nationally. So a person who loves food, loves to engage, loves being around like-minded people. For $80 a year, you can be a foodie member and have advantage and take advantage of all these benefits that we have, as well as engage with chef professionals across the country, if not throughout the world. So that might be another avenue down the road, which we're going out and we're talking to now. But when we talk about national community and international community, we just had someone write in, Renee Marquis from the Tampa Bay chapter. Me and Renee have been friends for a long time. Glad that he's following us here on SVK. But I actually have to say, me and Renee he was on he was on the U.S. national team. We were on, and there was a lot of, as we say, a lot of ideas going back and forth, or if they knew something, and we actually worked very well together. So I just wanted to give kind of Renee a little shout out, seeing you kind of wrote in. So, and that's great. But, to kind of sum up exactly what the Culinary Federation, what we'll do is we'll maybe talk to every one of each, and kind of just in closing, what would you say about the Culinary Federation, and what would you tell our viewers to kind of moving forward? So Kim, you can start.
I would say to be open-minded and to embrace the change that is coming through, and understand that there is something different than the stereotype that I or you may have believed before, and to know that it's really, really great to have a team that you can reach out to. And in London, we're building this great little branch. And last week we were trying to trade Alto Shams for one of the members back and forth. And it's really nice to know that you have those people in your network. And I really encourage you to be part of that and carry on those conversations with people in your area, because it's so exciting to have those conversations.
Perfect. Rebecca, I'm going to finish with Dave because I know he's going to kind of talk a little bit longer. So
I know what you mean.
Yeah. Go, Rebecca.
I've been lucky enough to be a member of the Culinary Federation pretty much since I kind of started my career in culinary, and it's just been such an important part of my career and such a driving force. I honestly would not be where I am today without all the support and encouragement I've gotten from the Culinary Federation. It's allowed me to travel places I never thought I would. It's gotten me involved in multiple competitions that I couldn't have even dreamed of. It's given me such a huge network of friends and support. And it's given me so many different opportunities and educational sessions. And honestly, I can't say enough good things about it. And I'm so happy to be a part of this big family.
David? The original David, I guess. That's what we need to say.
The OD.
Rebecca really hit it on the head for me, and it's just pulling at my heartstrings. This is my family. I've known these people for a lot of years, and they've been there to help pick me up. They've been there to help me learn and encourage me. For some people, because there's different people at different levels of this. There's executive chefs and corporate chefs and new cooks and apprentices in there, and really they do support one another. They do swap equipment or books. They open up their kitchens when they need them. I know, Ryan, you swap stories about when you've been at competition and you're borrowing food or helping one another out, and that's so much of what this is. That we're here to support and help one another and pick one another up. It's a big deal to be a part of this, because I tell you, I think without the federation, I'd just be a chatty, funny line cook somewhere. I've got no business sitting at the same table with some of the people I've had the chance to sit at. I don't think I've done enough to deserve the honor to be at some of these dinners and be a part of the table, but I am.
Yeah, but I would say the biggest thing, Dave, is when we're all sitting around the table, we're all just cooks, man. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what accolades we have. We all love food, and we talk about food, and we talk about, we can talk about the past and the competitions, what we've done, but we're all people, and there's people with the same interests, and when we talk about, it's great to listen to some of the more mature members that have gone through a different stage, throughout their career and understand that. And it actually helps you grow. It really helps you grow as a person. And no one is beyond talking to. No one is. I have not had the. I have never sat in a room where I felt like I did not belong there, because I might start that way when I get in, but they make you feel like you're such at home and as a family that it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So all in all, I mean, we have lots of options out there. We're in a change mode, revolution mode, and we welcome anybody. We're very open. You can be in school, you can be out of school, we're anybody. We're open. And we invite you to be part of our family. Really, honestly, that's really what it is.
There is a spot at the table for you.
Yeah.
Just bring your own plate, because we don't want to cook for you.
Yeah.
Right, Jay? You've been awfully quiet.
I think he just woke up.
Right. Or he's on his 12th coffee.
Ooh, bad.
I think Jay's still on mute.
He's new.
I think somebody did that on purpose.
Oh, it wasn't me.
It really is going to be a Sutherland show for the rest of the day.
Okay, so our next guest we have coming. Apparently, I'm taking this one home.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can't hear you at all, Jay.
Listen, this is the best about live tapings.
I know, right? You should see some. My dogs were barking earlier. I got a call from the school I had to answer. Yeah.
You're muted now, Jay.
You are muted now, Jay. He was worried that we were going to make fun of him and chirp him, like we were going to gang up on him. So
not at all.
That's what I said. We're a kind, gentle bunch. Yeah, no, there's no sound at all.
Cisco Virtual Kitchen, the signing. We're all start signing.
Yeah. So, have you guys watched the show for the past couple days?
I have. I know I have. I've learned a lot, and it was very. I find the content very, very, very interesting, especially when we talk about menu engineering and we talked about that. We talked about a different way to different revenue streams, and no, it was great. So.
Yeah, we were on today. Oh, there goes my dogs now. Today we were talking to the guy from Hero Burger, and he was talking all about like virtual kitchens. And
John,
you can get a portion of a Hero Burger like to run out of a kitchen. Like, what a cool revenue stream that is. And then the crew yesterday from Scout Canning and the guys, there's a group of guys in Toronto that essentially have overhauled their whole service. And I said, this is so fun to hear about how people are shifting and how people are what they're coming up with. And we would have never done this before as an industry. We would have stayed in our same square box. We might have tiptoed a little outside and done something a little bit different, but nothing to the magnitude that some of these places are doing. And the one guy with the food trailer, and Jay, don't worry about it. Just go have a nap or something. We'll talk to you later.
No, I would say, honestly, when you kind of look at, things like you were saying about different revenue streams, the difference between this and really where people have I find that this is sustainable. Like people are adapting, and it still will sustain when there is some type of normality that comes back.
Yeah.
Is adapting or changing your revenue stream and going right back to the normal thing again. So what I like is actually it's sustainable change. Like when you talk to John at Hero Burger, I mean, he is probably one of the most knowledgeable man I've ever talked to. When you talk about I hate to use the word pivot, but pivoting your business and trying to do something different. Like he's by far, by large, probably for me, one of the people that pivoted the most throughout this whole thing. And to get and he was doing it prior to COVID-19.
Yeah.
I had these conversations with him in 2019. So
Yeah.
he's way ahead of the curve.
It's almost like he had a crystal ball.
Pretty new.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just being able to shift in that manner. But there's just even the support that's come in. Like I've said, the things that I've learned from Cisco in the past 3 days of how they've showed up in a supportive way for the industry has also been huge, and how they've kind of solved a lot of the problems that you hear, the pains that people are having right now, and you hear the struggles that they're having. And I think if a lot of people just get out of their own way and reach out, like there might be someone else that's out there doing something, and to have those conversations and what that might look like. So it's very cool to see where we're going.
Yeah. I mean, I just saw a message. I guess we're gonna do like the Gong Show and hit dong, and then that's a wrap. Right?
Let's just do a Culinary Federation takeover. We can just stay on here and talk. What else got anything you want to sell? Like, come on. Jay has no control anymore. I have completely hijacked this show. Right? I love
honestly, thank you very much, Jay. Thanks, Kim. Also, thanks, Cisco. Thank you, Cisco, for everything and Melissa, thank to you. I know you're in the back end here, and you're probably panicking right now. So, but we got you covered. Don't worry about it. So, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to talk. Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you, Dave, in your busy day to be able to come on and talk about what the Federation means to you guys. So thank you.
Absolutely. Rebecca, you are I watched your live streaming or your culinary takeover that you did on Instagram. And I have to say, it's very, I'm very proud to see that there's such strong females coming up in this industry. And I cannot, not to ignore the fact that there's a couple bald dudes and another guy in this room, but right now this is me talking to you about this, that I cannot stress enough how important it is that we do this and we carry on in this industry and we become and show a presence, because we have such a massive presence, and we don't wear the same chef's jackets. And if I could tell anything to a female that is coming up, don't try and fit into a men's chef jacket. I mean that metaphorically and actually physically. Because our strengths and what this industry really, really needs is that empathy that we bring, that compassion that we bring, that female side of things is so powerful for us moving forward and how we're going to move forward in this industry. So don't fit into the boys' jackets. Get yourself a nice shiny pink one. Maybe not pink, but yes, thank you so much for being such a strong powerhouse in this coming up. Oh, Rebecca's mom's very proud of her.
Oh, the best part about this is we're the last show of the day, so we're going to mic drop. The chef's leaving for the day. Look at that.
Yeah.
Talking.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a great opportunity for people to come into this industry now. And I think we have done ourselves some damage in the past and how who we showed up as. But right now, like, man, we are knocking it out of the park. Jay's like trying to get our attention. Okay. Yeah.
He's like doing this. Wrap it up.
Yeah, like one of those.
You've clearly not been to one of Jay's presentations before. You could be
Yeah.
going like this in the back and.
No, yeah.
Perfect. I think it's time we kind of get off, I think, before we frustrate a few people. So
Yes, we will. I'll get to see most of you tonight on the Culinary Federation Addiction Services series as well. We'll be on that again tonight as an offering. But again, if I can share any last words on how the past 3 days have been incredibly enlightening, incredibly inspiring from an industry standpoint. I'm excited as to where we're going and what we're doing and all of those things. And I truly believe, and I've said it before, that COVID didn't happen to us. COVID happened for us as an industry, and like sky's the limit for where a lot of people are now. Jay, it's not even an option. Don't even tap the mic anymore. You're out. And I'm really excited to see where we go and what happens for us and what that might look like. And thank you all for being such strong supporters in this industry and so committed to where we're going and what we're doing. And again, thank you to Cisco for giving me this platform to host my show on. And that show too, and the Restaurants Canada. It's been great to. If I can't see you all face to face, this has been a great opportunity to share all the things we love the most about this industry. So
perfect.
Yeah. Perfect.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you all. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Are you kicking him out? Are you going to start talking now? Oh, yeah, no, totally nothing. Okay, so thank you so much. I'm going to close out the show for us. Thank you, Jay Ashton, for showing up as my co-host today. Thank you so much to all of our guests. It has been an amazing day at the Restaurants Canada Cisco Virtual Kitchen. Thank you, Cisco, for the support and the incredible platform you have shown up with, and all of our great guests. Wow, again, just my tank is full of information and excitement about where we're going and what we're doing and all of the support that is out there being offered. So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow on our last day together, live streaming on all platforms. I think I'm hitting all of the J key points here. Because again, this wasn't rehearsed at all. He's still trying to talk into the microphone. And we're back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we look forward to our great lineup of guests tomorrow. And we'll see you streaming on LinkedIn, Facebook, potentially Instagram, wherever you can find us. And we look forward to people adding in comments and questions tomorrow. So thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you, Cisco. And good night.